Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 27th Committee of the Whole meeting. I call this meeting to order. It's looking super full over here. Good job and welcome, administration, and a few of our honored guests. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live stream through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at any time. The video recording of this meeting will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 768-3100 for assistance during business hours, which are Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. Members of the public have the opportunity to address the committee if they have signed up for public comment per the rules published on our agenda and on our website on Friday. Today is the first of 3 public hearings the council is required to hold on the city's operating budget. Today's meeting will focus on the social goal budgets, which include community safety, city clerk, civilian police oversight agency, arts and culture, economic development, family and community services, Albuquerque Fire Rescue, parks and recreation, police, and senior affairs. On May 4th, the council will hold a second hearing to discuss the city's physical goal budgets, which include animal welfare, aviation, city support, environmental health, finance and administrative services, general services, human resources, internal audit, inspector general, legal, municipal development, planning, solid waste, technology and innovation, and transit. The council will then hold a third meeting, Committee of the Whole meeting on Thursday, May 11th, to consider amendments or committee substitutes. No live public comment will be taken at the May 11th meeting, although written comments will be accepted. At the end of the May 11th meeting, the budget as amended or substituted will be sent to the Monday, May 15th City Council meeting for adoption. Live public comment and written comments will be accepted at the May 15th Council meeting. We are now going to move on to public comment. Members of the public are able to address the committee if they have signed up for live public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website. Speakers will be moved into the meeting room and will remain muted with their camera off until they are called upon to speak if they are on Zoom. Everyone will have 2 minutes to provide comments, and after that, people will then be muted and return to the attendee if they're on Zoom webinar. So here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 2 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the committee members only through the chair. Any disruptive conduct or non-germane commentary will result in removal from the Zoom webinar. Mr. Cornelius, will you please call our first speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Neil Cooperman, followed by Paul Broom.
Greetings, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Neil Copperman. I am the director of AMP Concerts. We are an Albuquerque-based nonprofit, and we provide programming across the entire city of Albuquerque, both ticketed and free programs. And I am here to request consideration for city funding of AMP's free community programs as part of this year's city budget. AMP was created about 16 years ago, and I'd just like to share some examples of the kind of free work we do across all of Albuquerque. We work in every district of the city, large part because one of the things we do is free monthly programs at the local libraries. We do 2 free events at all of the different libraries, and since we started that program in 2011, we've brought over 20,000 people to the city libraries to enjoy free music events. We have an exciting new collaboration with the Albuquerque Open Space Division, and are doing free events in the International District and the West Side, early morning nature festivals, and evening concerts at Los Poblanos Farms and the New Tijeras Biozone. During the pandemic, we were one of the first organizations in the country to start streaming and did regular programming through the entire pandemic, kept all of our staff, and paid around $200,000 to local musicians and contractors while they were all out of work. We were in the process of launching a new school series at South Broadway Cultural Center in 2019 before being shut down by the pandemic. We were able to do 9 events in that series for over 2,000 students with artists from Zimbabwe, Uganda, Italy, Colombia, and across the United States. And just this week, we had artists visiting from Mali, Cuba, and France. Aside from their ticketed concerts, we brought them out to visit Etrisco Heritage and Albuquerque Academies. So these are examples of what we've been doing, and we just would encourage the city to, some of you counselors, to support us in getting some city funding to help expand and continue these kind of programs in the future. Thank you for your consideration.
Paul Broom, followed by Melanie Majors.
Thank you, Madam President. My name is Paul Broom. Good evening, everyone. I just came here to introduce myself again for this budget process, and I wanted to thank the 3 counselors, Councilor Pena, you, Madam President, and Councilor Fiedleheim, for being at our Credentials Committee meeting a few days ago to discuss with us, as well as other unions, the proposals for compensation during fiscal 24. And I appreciated your time that you spent there, and I appreciated the comments and the questions that you had that were there. I represent the police, APOA, Albuquerque Police Officers Association, which has 2 bargaining units. One, of course, is the police bargaining unit, and the other one is the prisoner transport operators. Both of them are actually facing serious problems in terms of staffing. Recruitment and retention is one of our major priorities in our negotiations this year. I hope it will also be yours as we go forward. Many of you I've worked with for many years, and you have worked hard on this issue. We're just going to have to work a little harder this year, so it's going to be a tough one. But I look forward to working with you, and good luck with your budget. And thank you very much.
Melanie Majors.
Madam President, members of the council, I'm Melanie Majors. I'm the executive director of the New Mexico Foundation for Open Government. And I'm here today to ask you to consider the request from the city clerk for additional funds so that he can hire temporary employees in his department to deal with the IPRA request that he has received. IPRA is a 50-year-old law. It is incumbent on the city to comply with it. The city has made great strides to increase accountability and transparency, and we hope that you give his request significant consideration, and I thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes general public comment.
Thank you very much. So now, counselors, we're going to go to Mr. Lawrence Davis, who's the budget officer for the administration. Mr. Davis is going to lead today's presentation overview of the Social Goal Department budgets. Ms. Yara is here present as well if you have any additional questions too. But once Mr. Davis is done doing a presentation of individual departments as we go down the list, there will be an opportunity to ask questions of the department director and anybody else within that topic. I just remind you, counselors, please make sure to address the chair and wait to be called on before you start speaking. And Mr. Davis, we will go ahead and continue.
Yep, Madam Chair and councilors, I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm Stephanie Yara, the Director of Department of Finance and Administrative Services. Mr. Davis and Mr. Noel will be doing most of the presentation for you today. I just wanted to introduce everybody. We usually wait till the end of these meetings for me to give kudos to my budget team, but I'm going to do that right now. Of course, you know Lawrence Davis, our budget officer. Kevin Noel, he is our budget manager. Our senior executive budget analyst, Linda Cutler-Padilla, and Jennifer Brokaw. And our executive budget analyst, Emma Romero, Haiyan Zhao, who is new to our team, and Ariana Espinosa, who is also new to us. I also want to give a shout out to our executive assistant, Lisa Lopez, who's not here today, but she supports Mr. Bakta, myself, and the budget office, and we thank her. I'm so sorry. I forgot Christine Berner, our city economist. Of course, she's the most important person. She tells us how much money we have to spend. So I just want to go through where we're at with our budget calendar. So, of course, we've gone through a lot of this stuff already. We are, of course, April 27th, today's the first committee of the whole meeting for social goal presentations. We will have your physical department responses back to you by tomorrow, end of day. And then, of course, the next 2 Thursdays, we will be here, and hopefully you'll take final action on May 15th. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Mr. Davis, Mr. Noel, if you have any questions for me or Mr. Bakda or any of the directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yara. Madam Chair, so the flow of the presentation, I'll provide a general overview for the general fund budget inclusions, provide a general overview for fiscal year 24 resources and revenues, then turn it over to the city economist, who will present revenue and employment updates. I will then briefly discuss some appropriation data, then we'll move on to each department's presentation. At that point, Kevin Noel, budget manager, myself, we're gonna kind of tag team to keep the presentation going. We'll alternate each department's presentation, but please feel free to ask questions during the presentation, and all department directors are present if you have any questions. With that, Madam Chair, I'll move on to general fund budget inclusions. So the FY24 budget includes non-recurring reduction of $47.2 million. Last year we had a big fund balance, which was primarily due to CARES and ARPA funding that was built up. We used a lot of that, most of it last year, which is primarily the cause for the $47.2 million reduction. Approved issue papers through the administration amounted to $6.7 million. $3.5 million, recall APD structural alignment. This is a net zero to the budget. However, this is the second year, and this was the plan that APD has been working on with budget, administration, and city council to properly align their personnel and operating budgets. As we all know, APD typically had salary savings. The big issue was they weren't properly funded in their operations. So we processed about $7.2 million in FY23. We moved from personnel to operating. This year was the final move of $3.5 million that we moved from personnel down to operating. In theory, they should be 100% properly budgeted in their operations now in fiscal year 24. Next item is $3.5 million for family housing and navigation center / shelter, which is wellness 2 for family and community services. $910,000 for recruitment of paramedics, training equipment, and smart dispatching software in AFR. This is also offset by the increase in EMS revenue through transports to hospital by the fire department. Next, that is included is a 2% cost of living adjustment citywide equals $11.1 million. General fund and general fund subsidized equals $9.4. The next item is interim compensation structure, which is the pay equity adjustment that the city did, was citywide $16.9 million. General fund and general fund subsidized was $13.4 million. Next item is AFR and APD cadet pay increases to improve regional competitive positioning for improved recruiting. Both received an increase, and we both have slides on those in the department slides for the amounts and percentages. 2.5 medical percent increase, which amounted to $1.3 million. Insurance administration, which amounted to a $2.2 million reduction due to fund balance. And that's just a factor of how much fund balance do we have and how much do we need to collect from the departments, which is a factor that we go through every year and manage the fund balance for insurance administration. City para increase of a 0.5% employer and employee pickup portion, and this is going to happen through fiscal years 23 through 26, but the impact for fiscal year 24 is $2.5 million. Transit subsidy increase, which is anticipated as they lean less and less on CARES and ARPA, of $9.5 million, which $1.5 million is non-recurring. Risk recovery at $3.6 million. And finally, fuel budgeted at a blended rate of $3.55 per gallon, which resulted in a $138,000 decrease from FY23. With that, Madam Chair, I will go on to give a high-level overview of the resources for fiscal year '24. The biggest portion, of course, comes from gross receipts tax. You buy something at the store, you buy a soda, the 7.875 that is a tax, of course, goes up to the state, comes back to the city. Our increments, that's the biggest portion of our revenue for the city of Albuquerque. Next is property tax at 179.4 million. Following that is our enterprise revenue. You'll see interfund and fund balance at 279.7 million. What that is all of our internal service, fund balance, and any adjustments that we factor in for debt service that we have to pay on an annual basis, which is why the large amount. The right pie chart just breaks it out into a graphic. So if you're more interested in graphics than amounts, that will work for you. It's just the same information demonstrated in a pie chart. And with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it over to Ms. Christine Berner for your revenue and employment update. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. So we've got it there. The first slide then is just looking at gross receipt tax specifically over the several years. And so on the far left, you'll see the FY22 audited actual where we ended up. And then the next row over, the approved budget, which was at that point 5.1% growth expected. When you look at the 5-year forecast for FY23, you'll notice that it's about $6 million lower. When I do the 5-year forecast, I usually begin in October. And at that point, we were very worried about inflation, very worried. It was like a 50% chance of a downturn. And so we were pretty modest there with FY23 forecast. Then the FY23 estimated actual at the second quarter, which is what we're working with right now, is sitting at 6% over the FY22 audited actual. So similarly with FY24, at 5-year forecast, we thought we'd have a lower base for FY23, so it's also a bit lower compared to the proposed budget for FY24, which we're all working with now, at $551.2 million, or 1.5% over the estimated actual for FY23. There's just one thing I wanted to point out here. If you can see the cannabis excise tax at the very bottom, you'll notice that it looks like we're actually expecting less money in FY24 than in FY23. That's actually just an accounting anomaly. For whatever reason, we received and recognized some revenue from FY22 in FY23. I had to make an adjustment. That's all that is, in case that was concerning you. And then we usually point out the hold harmless 3/8. We're expecting about $80 million in FY24, and then when you account for the reserve, there's about $73 million for appropriation. Thanks. So here we look at general fund altogether, looking at the approved FY23 budget and then the estimated actual. So again, the GRT is increased just a bit at Q2, almost just under 1% increase, or about $4 million. Unfortunately, some of the other revenue categories are decreasing at the second quarter, and so that counteracts what we're seeing with the GRT. So overall, we've got growth of about 0.3% over the approved budget. I won't go through every one of these. I wanted to point out just a couple. Property tax, at Q2, it looked like it was coming in lower, but now I'm thinking that was just some timing issues with the revenue. It actually looks like it's coming in where it's supposed to be. And then let's see, service charges. So that's a huge revenue source, and we've reached pre-COVID levels, and we've gone beyond that. And so that's really an improvement for us. So, you know, that's biopark admissions and a whole lot of other fees. And then I'll point out the miscellaneous. That's negative just a little bit because we're worried about interest earnings. We actually had a $10 million unrealized loss last year, so it's still trending in the red. We're keeping an eye on that. So that's one of the reasons that's lower here. But I think that's all I wanted to point out. Okay, so here is GRT by sector. So this allows you.
Madam Chair,
Counselor Davis.
before we go too far, and I apologize for interrupting, Ms. Berner, I want to go back one slide. I know sometimes these slide panels go long, so I want to jump before I forget. On property tax revenue, you know, the county just went through their budget presentation, and I happened to see pieces of it. But their projections were a little bit different, mainly because of that crazy real estate kind of bump we had a couple of years ago. And they were looking at next year being significantly or significantly higher than this year. And I think when we just did what I'm thinking of is we just did our capital project program based on long-term increases of more property taxes there. Can you tell us why we don't seem to see that here, or am I just not seeing enough numbers?
Well, I'm actually seeing it higher than what's in the budget at about 4.5%. I'm not sure what the county is seeing, but
I think that was about it, yeah.
Yeah, is that correct?
About 5, yeah, so, yeah,
Right.
close.
So we'll definitely, re-examine that in the third quarter and just check with the county to make sure, and we can come back with maybe a different look at that.
Great. Madam Chair, there might be some opportunity on the horizon for your budget. Thank you, Mr.
All right, so the next one is looking at GRT by sector. This allows us to see what the GRT looks like for individual business sectors. And so the first column is the 5-month average, the cumulative growth, and that's sitting at 7.4%, and that's without the negative influence of the hold harmless reductions. Ooh, sorry, oops, did I do that? Okay. So for example, transportation and warehousing then grew the fastest over the last 5 months at 75%. And then I want to say something about February. So February was the most recent revenue month. Actually, I want to say something about January. It was actually a little bit higher than expected, and analysis is showing that January might be a peak at this point, and we could see some headwinds going into the next several months. And then when you look at February, you see that it only grew about 4.6%, and that retail trade was actually negative from this time last year. So we're not talking negative growth, we're just talking slower growth as of February. And then the two columns to the right, you can see just the relative share of each of the sectors and how much of the GRT they compose. So transportation and warehouse grew the fastest, but it's only 0.6% of the GRT. And then I'll say one word about base growth. So you know that we measure base GRT on the 1.225%. The FY23 budget is based on an estimate of about 5.8%. And year to date, we're at 7%. So even though February only grew 3.7, we've got a little cushion there, and hopefully we can manage the expected 5.8 before the year is out. So finally, a little look at employment. For March, the last month available, we grew about 1.5%. February unemployment was 3.6, up just a little bit from January, and then we've got the state at 3.9 and the federal at 3.6. In general, we're doing a little bit better, keeping up with our peers and with the nation as far as growth and unemployment, so that's positive news. And then as of March 2023, Albuquerque gained 6,000 jobs over the pre-pandemic high, so we've exceeded the pre-pandemic high. And there are just a couple of exceptions to that. The information sector that was hit really hard is still around 400 jobs below, and government is a bit below. And then finally, transportation, and then the high-paying professional and business services. Those were the ones that gained the most over the pre-pandemic high. With that.
Mr. Davis, so I'm sure that all of this is in our lovely budget binder, but because of all of the information that we're all getting, I think it would be great if you don't mind sending this slideshow, this PowerPoint to all of us so that we can kind of look back on it with what we heard tonight, but also be able to read it a little bit better too.
Sure.
If that's possible, please. I don't think it's in our iPads or anywhere else at this point, but we weren't able to
Yeah,
find
we did
it.
forward it earlier today, Madam Chair, but I can send it out
Okay,
again.
so we'll check with staff too then.
Okay. All right, FY24 appropriations. This year's budget is $1.367 billion. So you got two pie charts here that break out the information in two different ways. The first pie chart to the left, FY24 net appropriations by fund. This breaks it out. As you can see, general fund obviously is the biggest fund. Next, as you go up to the pie chart, enterprise is next, $211.8 million. Next in line is internal service at $172.1, and then non-enterprise and special revenue. The pie chart to the right gives you the proposed budget broken out by categories. Personnel citywide is comprises 48.5% of our budget. Next is operating at 39.5%. Then we've got some transfers, capital, and grants for the others. So we're maintaining those. Those really haven't changed in the past 10 years. They typically hover around 48% for personnel and 39% for operating. Next, Madam Chair, we have the social goal departments. We're going to start off with senior affairs. I'll take senior affairs. Mr. Kevin Noel will take civilian police oversight, and we'll keep on going, tag teaming from there on out, Madam Chair. First up, senior affairs, Anna Sanchez, director, is present here for any questions that the committee may have. FY24 proposed general fund budget of $10.7 million, 75 general fund positions, 71 grant positions. Their highlights include $225,000 non-recurring to address security enhancements at centers, $350,000 non-recurring to support increased food costs, as well as evaluate meal options offered at centers. Next up, Madam Chair, is $155,000 recurring to support the opening of Santa Barbara / Martineztown Multi-Generational Center, which includes 2 full-time staff members. And with that, Madam Chair, Senior Affairs is here for any questions.
Counselors, we're going to go ahead and have Director Sanchez come up here if you have any questions for Senior Affairs. Welcome, Director. Thank you for all you do for all of us. Will you please go ahead and introduce us to who you brought from your staff with you tonight?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm very excited to introduce Chris Sanchez, our Deputy Director, who's been a breath of fresh air for us, as well as Sarah Peterson, our Fiscal Manager.
Thank you, and thank you all for your support. This is a blanket. Thank you all for being here. I hope to hear introductions from everybody tonight, but that way we know who's helping assist you behind your curtain. So with that, Councilor Benton.
Hi, Madam Director. The question I have is about the Santa Barbara Martineztown Multi-Gen Center, and I see you're gearing up for that, which makes sense. But what's the schedule for actually that being open?
Madam Chair and Councilor Benton, we're very excited that we're anticipating it to open early this next year. And so that's why we're asking for this appropriation of dollars, so we can be able to start running, as soon as it opens, with programming, support for our seniors, and really connecting those generations. So early this next year, 2024.
And so that interim budget, if you will, before it opens, consists of for how many people dedicated to that project?
Madam Chair and members of the council, Councilor Benton, we are anticipating 2 full-time staff employees. As you know, many of our centers rely heavily also on many volunteers that make a lot of our programming happen, but we do plan to be able to expand over time and certainly welcome that community into that center with those employees.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple of questions in reference to Los Volcanes Senior Center. One of the things that they're lacking right now is parking. We see the seniors parking on the street up and down Los Volcanes Road, and I was wondering if there was any plans in the future to do something to expand the parking there. And also, my mother is actually quite active at the center. So one of the things that she's done there is she's chipped in to help because of staffing shortages. I'm concerned about that because she's working in the kitchen and there's dangers all around, a slip and fall, anything. So are we doing anything to make sure if the seniors are chipping in to help, if there's any kind of protections there for them as well?
Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, I really appreciate that question, and I have heard that your mother has chipped in, helping to wash the many dishes of the many breakfasts and lunches that we serve there. I also heard she's an avid puzzle player. That's just word on the street. So I appreciate first the question about parking. Certainly, we need to expand parking at all of our facilities. You know, the number of participants and members that we're seeing, it's exceeding some of the capacity of the parking, and we certainly want to ensure that folks feel safe. So it is in our continued plan. One of the items that we did pass out for your review, and we hope to sit down with each of you over this next fiscal year, is our strategic plan, being able to evaluate our CIP dollars. We know that much more space is needed, parking, so we plan to really evaluate that and be able to plan more thoughtfully about that in the future. And certainly, when it comes to volunteers and some of the staffing challenges that the city has all faced, you know, our kitchen aides, our cooks, our drivers, people that really are relied on by our department, it is very difficult to recruit and retain individuals. And as I mentioned, Los Volcanes had lost 2 other Goodwill volunteers that had been supporting that kitchen staff. So we are actually right now in the process of working on our strategic plan to be able to evaluate our staffing vacancies and so also some recruitment and retention strategies that the department has never been able to do, but we're finally going to be tackling that work. Certainly looking at our operational efficiencies, our fiscal operations is really important to this work, so we plan to be able to do that in the next 6 to 8 months.
Madam Chair, one more question. I'm also concerned about technology. I'm a Gen Xer, but the baby boomers are in there. And one of the things that they have the biggest issue with is technology. They don't even know how to use their smartphones. And then they're paying bills and trying to do all the things that we need to do now with technology. So I'm just wondering if there's something in place to expand there may be some training to help the seniors get more training for technology. I know every one of us in here, our parents are having issues with that. So we need to make sure that the seniors there are getting it. But we also need to be aware of fraud and abuse that could be happening to the seniors. So I'm worried that fraud and abuse actually ties in with that technology. So I just want to make sure that we have programs that are actually helping them out as well.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, that is a fantastic point, and certainly we just celebrated our 2nd annual technology event. We had over 250 participants that came to Palo Duro Senior Center. That is an annual event that we now want to open to the public, inviting our seniors to learn everything from how to use their cell phone to also be, you know, cautious. We all get fraud emails and text messages nowadays. You got to be very careful. So it is a continued part of our strategic plan to look at programming. And mind you, much of what we do at our centers are on the wonderful giving nature of our volunteers. It is not our staff that's putting these on. This is all about trying to be able to expand our partnerships so we can bring in some of those supports, young people that can help them learn technology. How do we expand and use our spaces? So we've made a tremendous investment in our computer and technology labs, and we want to continue this work in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilors, any other questions? I will say, Director, and maybe for just a note for city legal or something, I mean, I would think that if it's lovely that people are helping and volunteering, but I would imagine there's some liability if there's going to be a slip or a trip or a burn or a fall or a cut or whatever that may be. How do we make sure to protect both the volunteer and the city in this time? So I would hope that we're looking into some kind of waiver or follow through with that. Again, to protect everybody. I do have one remaining question that wasn't asked yet, but in regards to the home repair retrofit program, it says in here that there was previously on the wait list, there was 1,300 requests for service, and it's been reduced by 90%. Do you have a current number of how many are on the wait list?
Actually, at this time, Madam Chair and members of the council, there is no wait list. We have actually caught up. This is all because we do have those volunteers, and they are registered through, obviously, our One Albuquerque Civic Engagement Program. We've also expanded through our Volunteers in Action program, where we need to be bringing people of all ages to be able to help support this effort. So certainly, retooling our home services program was a big undertaking, and really the launch of our strategic plan to look at all of our department on how we should be able to do things more efficiently to serve the needs of the growing public that we're serving.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. No wait list is always a good list. Thank you very much. And I think that is also thank you to you, Director, and to your deputies for being here. I think Mr. Noel, you're up.
Good evening, Madam Chair and councilors. I'm Kevin Noel, and I'm presenting the budget for the Civilian Police Oversight Agency. Diane McDermott is the interim executive director, and I think she's here to present the budget or answer questions about the budget. The Civilian Police Oversight Agency has an FY24 proposed general fund budget of $2,296,000 with 17 positions, $165,000 recurring increase in personnel to fund a deputy director position, and $16,000 recurring funding for board member training, and a stipend to comply with section 9-4-1 ROA 1994 as amended by 2267, correct. $25,000 increase in recurring operational funding to support the Community Policing Councils, or CPC. And I turn that over.
Thank you very much. And I will say, once I refreshed, we were able to find the PowerPoint on our iPads. Thank you. Counselors, any questions for Interim Director McDermott? Well, I have some questions. Counselor Benton, yes, please. And I'm sorry. Actually, I just want to say welcome to our director, and then also if you brought anybody else with you and you want to introduce them or say anything, then we're happy that you have stepped up to the plate and you're continuing to help us out.
Thank you. I do take this as a great honor to be able to serve the city for this purpose. Unfortunately, none of my staff could attend, but I did want to kind of give a shout out to Katrina Sugalo, who has really helped a lot. She's our executive assistant to work on this budget project as well.
Well, thank you to both of you and your team. Counselor Benton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Acting Director, our staff write-up mentions that the agency's request for an additional investigator to meet the deadlines required by CASA was removed by the administration. Is that correct? Or that's maybe a question for you.
That's my understanding.
And or other members of the administration.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And that's what's the delta? What's the cost of that one position annually?
I don't want to misspeak. I believe I had sent it, but it's like 106 ballpark with benefits.
Okay.
Counselor Benton, Mr. Muniz has that number if you'd like it.
All right, thank you. And then we do have this vacant community engagement specialist. What's the status? What's that look like?
So unfortunately, there's been a lot of challenges with that particular position. There was delays in getting applications to us, and then we did have a person selected, but unfortunately that individual wound up obtaining a different position. So I've received applications from the last posting. Going through those, I've selected a couple of potential candidates. We had a small pool this time around. So some of the non-qualified, at least deemed by HR non-qualified candidates, I've looked at those as well, and I'm going to be discussing with HR why they were deemed non-qualified to see if I have enough of a pool to try and do some interviews.
Thank you.
Counselors, any other questions from you? I have one or two more questions. So in regards to the community engagement specialist position, being that it's been vacant for the last 2 years, and being that there is a requirement that there is community engagement between the CPOA, how has that been conducted?
So basically, staff is trying to fill the gaps, and the program, is not as ideal as we would like it because of the lack of a dedicated person to do that. But myself and some of the other staff have been trying to at least fulfill the bare minimum of it.
Okay, and then also, and this might be more of a question for administration, possibly, but have we, since there's for example, the EFIT team that's helping APD with their investigations, has anybody thought about whether or not we can potentially hire external investigators to help kind of get caught up for a little bit with CPOA?
Madam Chair and the council members, we haven't thought about that, but we can look into that. I'm open to any ideas, any recommendations.
Thank you. I mean, I would imagine if we're willing to do that, we should just hire another investigator, but it was asked in our meeting, so I just wanted to make sure to cover those bases as well. And then, can you tell us a little bit about the planned move for the CPOA and where they're going? Because it's my understanding that we're moving different buildings because we're having some changes and consolidations within some of the city departments.
Madam Chair, I'm actually not aware of that move or where they're moving. Maybe, I think we have a Director Craig here from GSD who is in charge of office space.
Okay, thank you.
If you don't mind, I can invite him.
No, that sounds good. It looks like Director Montoya is on his way down here to perhaps help us answer some of that. Thank you. Welcome, Director.
Good evening, Councilor. Madam Chair, we are currently looking at space outside of City Hall and outside of Plaza del Sol We have found a couple of locations. We were hoping to consolidate at least 3 of the user agencies into one building. We have an appraisal on a building in the downtown, excuse me, I've got a little bit of a cold, an appraisal on a building downtown. If in fact we can negotiate a price, we plan to purchase that. We have met with staff from that agency. We have adjusted the building to the number of employees that they currently have, and we believe that at that point in time, we will move them out of Plaza del Sol and into the new building itself.
And since you're here, Director, I have a question too. It's my understanding that Parks and Rec is going to be moving out of their building eventually, and I know that I'm kind of squirreling a little bit, but it still kind of hinges on the possibilities here.
Madam Chair, that is absolutely correct. We're in the early stages of renovating the 6th floor in this building. We plan to move all of senior affairs out of the Barela Center into this building no later than July 31st of this year. The plans and the design for Parks and Rec is underway right now. We'll start construction on that section of the floor probably in about another 2 months. We anticipate that department moving in right around October 31st.
And which floor, is that in City Hall?
On the 6th floor as well.
Oh, okay, so Senior Affairs and Parks and Rec will be
Correct.
eventually on the 6th floor here?
On the east side of the building.
Okay. So do we know what plans are in store for the Parks and Rec building?
Madam Chair, once that building is vacated, the decision to vacate or move people into that will be made by General Services.
Okay, I appreciate that because clearly I'm saying, should we consider CPOA or someone else
Correct.
being moved into there? Is just so
And
that everybody
just one
knows I
other
really
note.
was connecting dots and not being completely
Yeah.
random.
One other note, the reason, part of the reason for the move, as you know, the planning department has expanded as well. So we're trying to make every effort we can to consolidate and move, find space for the 3 departments that are currently housed on the 8th floor of Plaza del Sol.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying all of that, and thank you, Director, as well. I don't have any other questions unless any of you do, counselors. All right, well, thank you so much for being here. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Councilor Benton, I do have the amount for you. It was for one position, CPO investigator, at $105,000.
And Mr. Davis, is that including para and all of the shebang that goes along with hiring the position?
Yes, that should be fully loaded.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm trying to move this, share your screen. There you go. All right, Madam Chair, next up we have Police Chief Harold Medina. FY24 proposed budget of $256.6 million, 1,792 general fund positions, 55 grant positions, which includes 40 in the COPS grant. First bullet, 3.5 million additional budget realignment from personnel to operating that we discussed before. This is, again, a budget neutral impact, and this should be the final phase of that movement from personnel to operating. Next bullet, 4 million increase in personnel to fund the APD cadet wage increase. So cadets' wage will go from 43,535 to 60,000. P2Cs for compression alignment wage from 47,860 to 63,000. Next bullet is 1.3 million in non-recurring to fund the use of force contract, 800,000 one-time funding for the DOJ independent monitor. And final, Madam Chair, is 2.5 million for a half-year reduction in personnel funding for 50 police officer positions. And with that, Madam Chair, Chief Medina and all of his staff is here for your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you, Chief. Welcome. You brought quite a few people with you. Welcome. Please make sure to introduce our guests and public servants.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, at the end we have Deputy Chief Brown in charge of Field Services Bureau, Executive Director of Reform, Eric Garcia, Major Jimmy Collins of Reform, Deputy Chief Cecily Barker, Major Zach Cottrell, also of the Office of Superintendent, First Deputy Chief Mike Smathers, Commander Aaron Jones of Special Investigations, Deputy Chief J.J. Griego of basically of all our technology and support services, my Executive Officer Mike Hernandez, Deputy Chief Lowe of Compliance. I think we got everybody, and myself.
Well, let's hope it's not everybody.
Not everybody, but.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions for APD? Counselor Davis?
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, thanks for bringing everybody. Now we have to ask all these questions just to make it all useful for them. But, you know, one of the things that we noticed here is the cadet wages are going up significantly. We know there have been challenges in recruiting sort of over the last few years. I might note that, as I recall, some of our recruit classes have been fairly full, but we've had retention issues on the back end where folks are taking advantage of retirement when they can. Tell me, what does this budget do from a recruiting and a retention standpoint? What's different? What are you hoping for? I realize there's an APOA contract floating out there, but what does this change for you, and how do we know this is the right direction?
Madam Chair, Councilor Davis, what this budget does for us and what that realignment of our funding for cadets and patrolmen second class is, it closed the last loophole that we had. We know that our retention process is working $1,500 a month. We've slowed the number of retirements. I mean, Sean Willoughby was supposed to retire this June, and he decided to extend his career. So I would say the retention bonus is working. We take care of them on the back end with retention bonus. But when I came onto the Albuquerque Police Department, anybody else in here, Councilor Sanchez, when he came on the police department, they would tell you that our cadets, I came on at $9.50 an hour as a cadet. I made $10.50 an hour as a patrolman second class. As a patrolman first class, I went up to somewhere around $11.50. There was a dollar gap between all of them. Over the years, because the collective bargaining agreement gains outpaced our cadets and our and our patrolman second class, we were not able to, we had such a big gap that we were not competitive with other large agencies around. That closed that loophole for us, and that helped us with that. So now we have a good competitive starting salary for our police officers, back in line to what we had in the past. We have a retention process on the back end. Over the years, we've created a STEP program for our officers that is a senior patrolman first class, a senior patrolman, and a master patrolman. So officers are already getting raises within the patrolman rank. If they decide to get promoted, that's another one. So that helps us with the middle retention, along with the fact that the more years you have on, the more longevity pay you get along the rank structure. And we have a recruiting process now that we're going to be pushing out over the internet, and we're able to focus on good areas. We have had really good success with a lot of the things that are occurring. Our lateral class that's getting ready to start in May is probably our biggest lateral class we've had since the big raise and the big push in 2018. How many do we have seated now, Corey? We have 9 seated, which is above what we've had in the past, like I said, since 2018. So we hope that this is going to help us become competitive. We already had in line the online recruiting process. So we're hoping that that online recruiting process that we've developed and some other changes that Deputy Chief Lowe is going to bring forward will assist us, and that the big bump is going to come from the pay increase to cadets.
And Madam Chair, if I can follow, I know other folks have questions. So I will want to say, I like, and Mr. Baxa, thank you, and Ms. Shar and Mr. Davis, your team. I liked that this budget at particularly at APD, because it's the most visible and kind of in the biggest fishbowl, is starting to right-size the personnel budget for our police department, because we've seen and we've talked about ad nauseum at meetings. There's a lot of vacancy savings, often in APD for overtime and other things. We always know we're never going to hire 1,200 officers this year. We're not going to do that. That's not our number, right? I still know this number is probably still ambitious, right? But I'd like that we are being realistic about it, and I think I'm cautious or skeptical about criticism that says, oh, we should, this is taking away money from APD officers. Like, it's not. To me, it's right-sizing what we're going to have on the street, and we're putting, assuming we go here, the mayor's proposal has $2 million more for APD. Like, there's more money for us to address on tools, on creative ideas, on training that we need to finish DOJ compliance, and be sure that we're building that feedback loop. I like this budget better than in the years past, but let me ask Chief, and we can do this later offline, and Madam Chair, I'll ask of every director, but I'll save everybody's time. Could you please provide us with a breakout of your proposed spending by personnel versus other services, so that we can help to determine in that big bucket of neighborhood policing how much goes to people and how much goes to services, and we can hopefully protect that money in the right spots?
Madam Chair, Councillor Davis, I think the important thing is, I think you were ahead of the board a few years back when you asked us to fix our budget. The Albuquerque Police
You should
Department.
say that more often.
The Albuquerque Police Department had actually just had a large sum of money that came in, and we truly didn't have an operating budget versus a personnel budget. And Lawrence Davis can stop me if I'm going off track anywhere at this point. But what we've done over the past several years is we started funding those reoccurring costs that we had. I mean, it's embarrassing that the Albuquerque Police Department did not have a budget to buy ammunition. We have now built that into our budget. So although we do not have the salary savings that we were going to have in the past, because we've fixed our budget, and you see it in that 3.5 million in additional budget realignment, we now have everything we need to operate and do everything that we used to do with salary savings. So the loss of salary savings isn't the huge impact that it used to be, because we've made up for it. And if you look at the growth of our budget over the past few years, it's reflected in the fact that that budget has been added on for the operational expenses. So that is the biggest increase that we've had and the biggest change that we've had in the budget, and why I feel strongly that we're going to be fine. Look, I'll be honest, does everybody want more money? Yes, we all want more money. But I also recognize that the Albuquerque Police Department cannot survive without some of its partners. One of the biggest complaints that we get within the city of Albuquerque right now is our unhoused population and cleaning up some of the encampments that are there. We don't clean those up. I need a properly funded department for Department Director Whalen so that his people could go assist us in getting those done. We are trying to reduce the amount of officers that are getting dispatched to the calls that threaten this city the most and caused one of the biggest things that we're going through now, our DOJ consent decree, in which excessive force was used against individuals going through mental health crisis. Because we are able to work as a team and make sure that our community safety department is funded correctly. We are no longer dispatched to those calls, which allows us to do other things. So this is about being financially responsible, being a good leader, and like I stated at the last council, about making sure that everybody in the system is funded the way it needs so that Albuquerque can advance forward. And if you look back in the past year, what have we done to clearance rates with homicides? What have we done with our compliance rates? I'm fairly sure that we'll be somewhere near 90% when this next draft comes out from the Monitor in 17. Think about it. We have 0 use of force cases in the backlog. When I became chief, I had 600 cases that we're paying $3.8 million for EFIT to investigate. All these things have been corrected because we're able to focus on what we have to, and we're building a team process for all city departments to work together with us. And we're relying on others where at times we try to rely on it ourselves. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, Chief. You know, a lot of good things, a lot of good things that I think we can point to that you and your department are doing a great job with. And I think, you know, as Councilor Davis was saying, that maybe right size is the better word, you know, for it. I think right size is a much better word than what your boss uses, which is that hiring police officers is unrealistic and old-fashioned. I'm concerned about that kind of language because I think you would also agree that having more police officers in your department would help us reduce crime. But when we say right size, I mean, we have a department who's has, you know, you have fewer officers on the streets responding to calls than you did 5 years ago. Yet you have a larger budget. You have more spending in the department than before. Although, except for this year, which was only a 0.8% you know, increase in spending, when other departments like ACS are at about 41%. So I think if it's right sizing, if it's, hey, we have the right amount of police officers that we want to have, that we think is necessary. You know, 5 years ago it was 1,100, and that's what the mayor promised, you know, and said this is what we need. And it wasn't just, hey, a promise to, this sounds like a good number. I mean, it was, this is what we need in order to reduce crime in our city, in order to have the department that is proactive and you know, doing community policing. So that was the number that reflected the data that showed that this is what we need to be able to fight crime, to be able to do a good job. And so that's what we need now. If it's right-sized, and if it's, no, this is the number, and this is what we're doing, then this is the amount of police officers that we need in order to be able to hit the goals and to be able to do the job. And so, but the fact is, you got other departments that have grown a lot as well. And one question I'd have for you is, can you quantify? I mean, there are a lot of numbers. I mean, ACS says that you've been able to take away a certain amount of hours of APD, hours that APD would be responding to. Where's that data coming from, and have you seen it? I mean, have you seen that real data that shows that my officers, your officers, have actually been able to spend more time on other calls, more important calls? Maybe it's reduced the overtime hours. I mean, I think if we could show that there's been a specific reduction in overtime pay because of ACS, because of these certain amount of hours. And where do these hours come from? Is there a software that gathers that data that says, okay, this amount of hours would be hours that APD would have done, now ACS picked those up? I mean, where are those coming from? Is it just kind of pulled out of the blue? And have you seen it? Have you seen a direct result of those hours that have been diverted from APD to the other department, and now you're able to be freed up for other calls?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, the one thing I'm going to try to explain is we're going to talk about the results that we've seen. I'm going to let Deputy Chief Brown talk a little bit afterwards about what his officers are saying about ACS, what their impact is, and then we will let the numbers that they've gathered, Director Mariella somewhere there, she'll be able, when she gets called up, she can talk about her numbers and what they've had. JJ, Deputy Chief Grego, could talk about what they're seeing in dispatch. But I think I want to focus on a couple of things. Is, first of all, where are we as the Albuquerque Police Department? We talked about a little bit of the success we had earlier, and I think the one thing we need to remember is, yes, in 2017, the mayor wanted to have 1,200 officers. One thing nobody expected or realized that in 2020, an incident in Minneapolis, Minnesota, was going to cause this country to turn upside down, and that police recruiting for every large and most law enforcement agencies was going to become very difficult because policing was going to become very unpopular. So we've had to make adjustments, and the one credit I'll give is when I took over as chief of police, I met with every single member of council at the time, and each one of you asked me one thing. You said, will you please make sure you run the department? And I will give credit to the mayor, and I will give credit to city council, because everybody I just mentioned has allowed me to run the department. And the successes that I've just mentioned about all this other stuff, if we want to measure what we can see today about the changes we've made and how the departments are being ran, our calls for service are down from an average of 88 minutes to respond to 30 minutes as an overall whole. Is that correct, Deputy Chief Grego? Yes. That right there alone, along with the other successes, DOJ compliance increasing. We are up, I believe, 56% this year in felony warrants being cleared. We are taking more priority calls, which are on 2 calls, which are largely on-site enforcement activity type calls than ever before. And that's the only area we're seeing calls for service increase. Last year, we had a Deputy Chief Smathers, what kind of increase in traffic citations? About 40%. 40% increase in traffic citations, and this year we're still rolling at a 50% increase in traffic citations. Those are the measurables. Those are the everyday numbers that we look at to see our success. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend also, after all that hard work, it is still difficult to say, and I have to stand here and say, we still had 118 homicides last year? 118 homicides. Our officers worked day in, day out, worked hard, produced great numbers. But I am not going to say that the one biggest thing that we still have, homicides, is their problems. There's a lot of things societal, that criminal justice-wise, that we have to change in order to assist our officers to move the needle in that area. But we do have a positive trend of negative 38% in the last 7 months on homicides. So with that, I hope that answers your answer. If not, I could clarify it a little more.
Chief, I don't know if that did answer the question. I think it was more along the lines of how is it that and correct me if I'm wrong, please, Councilor Lewis, but reducing the risk of use of force in officer-involved shootings, how is ACS really helping with that?
Well, that's just only a follow-up question, and maybe even something for ACS. Well, let me ask you, Chief, one of ACS's response was how they're helping you is that that they are reducing officer-involved shootings. How is ACS reducing officer-involved shootings?
I think what ACS is doing is Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, what ACS is doing is as a whole, they're reducing use of force incidents within the Albuquerque Police Department. I think our data shows that our use of force has gone, that went down in the first quarter of 2023, Corey, by how much? 5%. 5% reduction.
And how does that work out in real life? I mean, what's an example of how ACS would reduce use of force incidents with APD officers?
Many times when we dispatch our officers, we are dispatching officers to do jobs that they're not the best tool to use, so to speak. We dispatch officers, and officers at times, a situation could lead to an increase of use of force by the very nature of the uniform that's present. And I think that when we dispatch ACS, just the mere fact that a civilian is showing up, it decreases the individual's will to fight. And it decreases that conflict that an individual has with the uniformed person. And they have a lighter touch to the situation, and they have increased training and increased abilities that our officers don't have. They have expertise and specialties in it, and they're able to get through these situations and reduce the likelihood of use of force. So that's the benefit that we see, that you're talking about just single thing, use of force. But JJ, about how many calls are they taking a day now from us? 400 calls a week they're already taking from us. So that's, you divide that by 7 and you quickly see that's a lot of time that's being carved out for officers to be able to go be proactive. And that's what's leading to those increased numbers in traffic stops, increased number of felony warrants being cleared. Is our officers are getting more and more time, decreased response times, because of the fact that we have ACS helping us with the call.
No, thanks, Chief. And I think it would be, I would like to just see some examples. It'd be interesting to see some examples of when an ACS caseworker was called out and actually kept a use of force, an incident that would have been a use of force incident, no doubt, and because ACS caseworkers went out, that didn't happen. That would be remarkable. And so I would like to see some of that data. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Where you have another department that's increasing in size, another $5.3 million to their budget this year. And apparently is hiring, more people pretty aggressively to the tune of 50%. Your department's not hiring that kind of. And you also have a department that's taken 3% of the calls. Says 3% of the calls. How is 3% of the calls? We don't know how that's a good thing or not. When you have 40 caseworkers, that's about 10% of the officers that you have on the street. It would make sense to me that they would be handling about 10% of your calls. That would seem like a successful goal. And so to me, less than 3% is not seeming like that we're getting anywhere, with that. And again, I know I'm asking you to comment on ACS. And I'd also say that these questions are not intended to pit your departments against each other. As you said, they possibly would be. And these questions are not also intended to disparage or discredit the good police officers and people that are doing an incredible job. And I would hope that you all would honor this process as well without calling it something that would discredit officers that are doing a good job too. These are some good questions that we need good data from, feedback. And Chief, if you're running the department too, I know you write your own op-eds as well if you were running the department. And so you speak for yourself, you speak for the department, and when the department's not performing the way it should be, you call it right-sizing, you call it other than things like diverting and in the smoke show. So I just want some good, clear data that demonstrates and shows success. Here's where we're progressing, and so that we can ensure that the dollars are there to support you in that way.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I completely agree. And we talked about the success and the numbers that are related to Albuquerque Police Department. And I think it's important that we honor the process and we ensure that we let the director of ACS answer some of your questions and give you the responses you need on what the impact and what their department is doing. Thank you.
Councilor Feeble-Corn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Chief. A couple of questions. One, I think I heard you just say that with the budget that's before us tonight, you're fully funded and you can do everything you need to do for personnel, especially in that community neighborhood policing line item. Is that, did I hear you right?
Madam Chair Bazan, Councilor Feeblecorn, yes, we will be fine this budget season.
Okay. So I keep getting requests, and I'm sure other councilors are too, maybe not, I won't speak for them, but I am getting requests for additional equipment that seems to be very important equipment, like lock boxes, like camera trailers, like binoculars. And those seem like, to me, they should be in the base budget. Now, I am, of course, going to support and buy some of those things with my set-aside, but I would prefer to be spending my set-aside on, District 7 specific projects. I've been talking to Commander Griego about, some public-facing cameras, things like that. So can you just talk through why those aren't considered essential to the police department?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, earlier this year, there was a realignment of budgets. I believe it was $12 million, Sanjay, that was taken from all budgets across the city to prepare for this next budget season. When that occurred, $3.5 million was taken out of was that correct, Sanjay? About 3.5 or 3.2? Lawrence. 3.5, 3.2 was taken out with this last budget modification. Anyway, when that money was taken from the Albuquerque Police Department, we were unsure of where our funding was, and those items were priorities that we had identified when we reviewed the 18 officer-involved shootings from last year and recognized that we did want optics, and the passage of House Bill 9 wanted us to have secure lock boxes. So instead of wait and see exactly where we ended up with the budget because of the changes that had occurred to our budget, we did reach out. And it's something we've always done. I could think back, Councilor Ken Sanchez bought my first video trailer when I was the Southwest Area Commander. Councilor Pena has always supported us in projects along with most councilors. So naturally, it came back on me, and I'm the one that asked Deputy Chief Brown to have all the area commanders ask councilors for any funding that they had left over from their set-aside so that we could ask them to purchase this, because I think the number I had been provided was council still had somewhere around $9 million in set-aside funds that hadn't been spent. Is that correct? I think that was the sheet I got, somewhere there.
Madam Chair, thank you. So but those items are included in this budget moving forward.
Going forward in this budget, we should be able to hit those.
Okay.
And I could have bought those, but I was just concerned because we lost some funding.
Okay, great. And again, I'm happy to pitch in. I just was confused when you said it was fully funded. I just want to make sure that those kind of things are being provided to our law enforcement officers on a regular basis.
We're still going to hit up council for extra stuff.
Madam Chair, can I have 2 more questions? All right, Chief, I see in the PowerPoint in front of us that you have $800,000 one-time funding for the DOJ Independent Monitor. That's significantly less than we spent on the DOJ Independent Monitor last year, and I'm wondering if you could explain why it's so much less.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, we've been successful. We have been able to get approximately 38% of our paragraphs under this consent decree dismissed. So that reduction of $800,000 is a reflection of removing basically 40% of the $1.7 million we used to pay the monitor. If you're doing 40% less work, you should get paid 40% less. And I want to thank CAO Lawrence Rao for sending that letter to the monitor that we want to adjust their pay because as we progress forward and we spend public dollars, we should be responsible for those, and the monitor should be reducing their costs. We have another, what percentage that we think will be up to 54% in August? August. So next year we'll ask for another reduction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So has that been agreed upon by the monitor?
We're in the process of negotiating that right now with the monitor, and we're hoping that we're able to do that. We have some other modifications that we're trying to do also to the settlement agreement that hopefully will reduce that. So if the need arises and if that isn't sufficient, then obviously we'd have to figure out how we're going to get that done. But the difference would be something that I think we could handle with our internal budget. And still remember, we still have some salary savings in there.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Last question.
Wait, Counselor, can I just on that real quick? Thank you. So, but what's the plan? Like, if we have to find that money, Mr. Batka, like if we have to because it's not agreed upon, I mean, I like what I'm hearing. I personally feel good about that. But if for some reason we are told by the federal government that we have to pay, is it going to come from the 12 million in reserve that we haven't allocated yet for other things? Or, because that's another question I will have of mine, but.
Madam Chair and the council members, if we don't ask the DOJ that, hey, you are doing less work or there would be less requirement to do your job, therefore you should adjust your billing. If you don't ask them, they are not going to ever volunteer that, we should charge you less. Because they know what is our budget, and they basically divide it by 12, and we get one bill every month. I think it is prudent as a city to point out that your work has reduced significantly. It is continuing to reduce every month because we are more and more in compliance. The percentages are going up, and therefore it is natural that we should talk to our in a way, a contractor that you are going to work less, why should we pay more? So that's the beginning point of this, this whole budget adjustment. Now, of course, they probably will say, I don't think there is a direct correlation between what percentage you are compliant with and the fees, because there are some basic things that we have to continue to do. Nevertheless, what percentage compliant you are. And that's the discussion we would have, but this is a starting point. And then, as Chief mentioned, there is still some vacancy savings there. As you know, in this budget, we are budgeting 1,040 officers, including the federal grant. And we don't have that number yet. I mean, we are way less than 1,040. So there is that gap, and there is that money. And just in unlikely event that the DOJ does not agree, or our contractor does not agree, we will have a room to pay them from our vacancy savings. That's the plan.
Okay, thank you. And then one more on this one, if that's okay with you. It's still, and then do we happen to know when the I know you said you were in negotiations with the DOJ on some other things. I'm anticipating you're going to tell me, you can't tell me when the negotiation, but is there a date that we will know?
Madam Chair, I think it's important that we recognize we are not in negotiations with the DOJ, and we cannot be forced to pay the monitor. This is the negotiations with the monitor themselves, and DOJ has been very specific that they will not get involved in this process for the negotiations of fees.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Sanchez, is this relevant to this question, or, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reference to this question, one of the things that I can't help but hear is that we have 18 officer-involved shootings. And I know the IMR report is due out. It seems like it's a little bit premature to start trying to lower this wage when we have 18 officer-involved shootings, and some of these are going to involve lawsuits, and we still have a pending IMR. I think it's important that we wait to see what's going on with this IMR, to see exactly if we did not move back and in our stance with DOJ. We had 24 shootings in 2 years, and then we had 18 shootings in 1 year. So my question is why are we jumping the gun and we haven't even received the IMR, the next IMR that's coming out?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, as Chief of Police, I have reviewed the rough draft of the monitor's report, and I can tell you it's going to be a very good report, and we did move forward.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, Chief, I just had a couple more questions around the, we recently dissolved the open space unit. I'm assuming that the personnel costs for that just went back into the budget to pay for our police force. But what's going on with the funds that were allocated for tools, equipment, and their maintenance? Is that still being funded out of APD?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, Deputy Chief Smathers can add any more that he sees fit and that he needs to, but we didn't dissolve the open space unit, we made it a collateral duty. So they still are receiving training in all these specialties. They still need the equipment. Matter of fact, I think last week I had asked that they consider paying some overtime to some of the collaterals to patrol the river on the airboat over now that it's starting to get warmer in weather. So the equipment is still needed. It's still being utilized. So we're asking that the funding remain intact. Mike, do you have anything on that?
100%. We use it in a collateral basis, but we still need that equipment, and we've deployed it in a collateral basis several times.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can we get an estimate on that maintenance cost for that equipment?
Madam Chair, Councillor Feeble-Corn, I'll have to get back to you with numbers, but Deputy Chief Smathers, if you could please make sure that Councillor gets those numbers.
Yeah, I'm specifically interested in how much we're spending on equipment and then how much we're spending on maintenance of that equipment. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Counselors, any other questions? All right, I have two. Okay, so Chief, on one of the bullet points I have here, it says that a small number of applicants to the department who pass all background processes, including medical and demonstrated passing physical fitness, are, quote, pre-hired into full-time city positions, and city benefits cover them at this time. What does that mean?
Madam Chair,
What
what
are they doing?
occurs is many times we have individuals who apply, and in the past, we'd see that they're applying in multiple law enforcement agencies, and we hire them in our class, for example, would start in August, and there's a competing agency whose class may start in May. And many times we lost them because they wanted to go to that agency to start receiving a better paycheck and start working on their retirement, all the other benefits that come with a full-time job. So instead of risking losing these candidates to a competing agency, what we do now is we pre-hire them and we assign them to various places in the police department to assist us, where we may have shortages and needs that they can meet. And it also gets them a little bit of a head start in understanding the department, working with officers, understanding our systems. And then once the academy starts, we're able to transition them right into the academy. I'm a firm believer of this process. It assists us. And I'll let Deputy Chief Lowe add anything if she feels that's necessary, still left out.
Madam Chair Bassan, good afternoon. One of the things I do want to add is a lot of the areas that we lose cadets is during physical assessment. So what part of the cadet program before they get in there is we actually work with them on running, getting over the wall, push-ups and sit-ups, because we don't want to lose them early on, especially for physical ability, that we can help them get over that gap. And as of May 8th, we will have all positions filled for this next class. So that's 20 pre-hires that we have in place.
Thank you. No, I think that's great. I was curious just how they function in the department, and I love that we're catching people before we lose them, especially in this time. Okay, and then one more question, but I believe, lucky for you, Chief, it's not for you. It's actually probably for Mr. Davis, because Mr. Botka is going to tell me that you're probably going to have to answer it. So on page 151 in our budget ginormous book, it does say, and I just want to clarify because I think that it's probably a typo. I hope it is, but the top paragraph, sorry, it's a lot. Okay, it says here, the general fund civilian, civilian count in the proposed budget is 692 and sworn count is 1,100. However, 1,000 sworn are fully funded for a total of 1,792. So 692 plus 1,100 is indeed 1,792, but 1,000 are fully funded. So which is it?
So let me see if I could, sorry, Chief. Madam Chair, see if I could explain this. So we do have 1,100 positions, sworn positions on the books. However, the funding to support 1,100 officers it's not fully budgeted. So in the adjustments from the 3.5 million and 7.2 million, each officer roughly, their wages and for a P1C equals about 110,000. Long story short, 100 officers equals $10 million. So right now, we have enough funding to fully support 1,000 officers. With that being said, we still have 1,100 officer positions on the books. So if you, and that's I think where the administration and chief say, if they're ever able to hire more than 1,000 officers, then that's when they'll come back to the city council because we need more funding.
Okay.
But that's kind of the disparity between the two.
Okay, so I have a couple things. First of all, backing up, you said 100 officers is $10 million?
Roughly.
That's the number? Okay. And then my next request is, can you please write that out and send it to us so that we can sit here and I can digest it at least in my own time, really trying to understand, really, I think I hear what you're saying, but really when you read that little blurb, it sure does seem very confusing and not quite on point with what we were expecting. So if you can
No problem, Madam
send us
Chair.
over a little paragraph explaining that, that would be really great. Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the officer's new large administrative burden, which is the result of use of force investigations and then other things, I'm just a little confused as to why, with a retention of $1,500, with the officers getting the retention $1,500, and then the cadets' pay going up to $60K, I think it's kind of premature that we lower our expectation to 1,000 officers. So I know that the officers are extremely burdened. They're under 12-hour work shifts. We're still having problems on the streets. I see it every day. I see people smoking fentanyl up and down the street every single day. I know that the bus drivers have reported fentanyl use in the buses. I know that there's a large amount of crime. I've had individuals call me to tell me that their copper has been ripped out of the back of their businesses. And I am not convinced that that goal, the reduction in that goal, is something that we need to be looking at. I don't understand. My question, again, is basically, why did we prematurely lower the expectation when we are offering $60K and $15,000 with retention? To me, we should have waited to see if that has an effect in reference to what we're looking at and building our numbers as police officers on the streets.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, I made that decision. I worked with the mayor. I made the decision that $1,500 was good retention. I made the decision that I wanted to move my cadets up, and I made the decision that we would pay P2Cs the pay that we're paying them. I'm the chief of police. As I stated earlier, I sat with every single councilor at the time. They said, promise us that you'll run the police department. The mayor's given me the latitude to do that. So those are the decisions I made that I felt were the best interest of the Albuquerque Police Department, and I stand by those decisions.
Okay, well, those decisions don't reflect the problems that the citizens are still having out on the streets. And they're reporting those problems day in and day out to us as counselors. We need more officers, we need more boots on the ground, and that is the bottom line.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, I did try to sit with you at one point in time. I tried to have a conversation with you. It's very apparent that you and I are not going to be able to communicate well, and that it's very difficult. You have some animosities towards me because of our past chief, and I can't get over that. I will continue to try to work as hard as I can for the citizens of Albuquerque, provide them the service that they can, and I hope that in the future that we're able to sit down, have a conversation, and work together to see how we could make some changes that will truly benefit the citizens of the city of Albuquerque, which we both represent.
Well, currently, we are still seeing the very, very large increase in property crimes. We know for a fact that people have reported that they're no longer making the phone calls. We still have a homicide issue in this city, and bottom line is we, again, need more boots on the ground answering calls for service. These officers are burdened, and it would be a good idea if you would talk to your officers and understand that 12-hour shifts is extremely burdensome when you're actually going from call to call all day long and you get a late call because of the largest administrative burden. We're dealing with officer fatigue. We're dealing with officers needing to make sure that they go home with to their families and have the actual backup that they need to do the job. Our population continues to grow, yet our police department continues to shrink.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions, counselors? All right, thank you very much, Chief and everybody from APD. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Noel will take the Albuquerque Community Safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, we have the Albuquerque Community Safety Department with Mariela Ruiz Angel as the director. They have an FY24 proposed general fund budget of $17,227,000, 140 general fund positions plus 1 grant position. $70,000 is recurring and $730,000 is non-recurring to support CIP coming online and for the cost of building renovations, utilities, and furniture respectively. $500,000 is non-recurring for contractual services and capacity building to expand services, and $2.7 million in personnel and operating transfers from Family and Community Service and Police to the Community Safety Department. That breakdown includes DFCS Violence Intervention Program, budget of $1.2 million that's going to ACS, another $807,000 from the DFCS Trauma Recovery Center, as well as $701,000 from the APD Violence Intervention Program and Coast positions. And so I'll turn it over to Director Ruiz Angel for questions.
Director, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you for all you do for Albuquerque.
Thank you guys too.
Will you please introduce who you brought with you tonight?
I did. I have my Deputy Director, Jasmine Desiderio, as well as one of our division managers, Jeffrey Bustamontes.
Thank you very much. Counselors, do you have any?
Wait, one more person. Sorry, Madam. And I want to also use this time, so we just hired our fiscal manager for the first time to find somebody that qualified and fit the bill. But since then, we've been sharing a fiscal manager of AFR, Amanda, and I just want to give a huge thanks to her because that is a lot that she's been carrying for the last year. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, counselors, any questions for ACS? Oh, Counselor Sanchez?
Thank you. Director, I just was curious. Do you have a procedural orders manual in reference to how to handle each one of the cases? I've recently come across some folks with domestic violence saying that there's some gaps that aren't being filled in reference to handling the domestic violence calls, and some of these victims are slipping through the cracks when we should be getting them the help or restraining orders, things like that. We're just talking to them, making them feel good, and then walking away. I just want to make sure that that kind of stuff is not happening. And how are you making sure that each and every person is actually making sure that they're handling every single need that those individuals have?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez. So yes, we have a large binder of standard operation procedures, and we've also most recently, through our little academy that we have, are creating strong evaluations. So part of passing to be able to be a behavioral health responder or boots on the street is part of that evaluation. So somebody goes out in the car with them, they check and see how are they, what's their dress look like, what's their tone, are they using motivational interviewing, all the tools that they've learned during their training time to make sure that they are doing the appropriate using the appropriate skills to help these individuals. Now, I will say you've mentioned domestic violence. That was not a call that we all said that was too dangerous. I think you and I talked about it. However, we are encountering it more. So that is an area that we are working very closely with DVRC and especially police to kind of figure out where we can help fill that gap because we are running into it more often. And I will say that we didn't know if that was going to be the case, but we are. Some people aren't ready to press charges against their perpetrator, but they are ready to get help. And so I will say, like today, we just transported somebody and had police, thank God, to help us do a transport to have somebody grab their stuff because their abuser was still living in the home. And so we were able to organize that, even though she was not ready to work with police.
Thank you, Madam President. Also, had another incident in reference to an individual who you were sent in order to check the well-being, a welfare check, and it took over 2 hours to actually access the home when someone could have actually been in severe danger. In my opinion, I don't think all of the processes were evaluated. I don't think police were called when they probably should have. And so I think, again, I think there's some major gaps. Are you going to get any type of cameras, recording devices, something to make sure that those gaps are filled, and so that we don't have victims or offenders, victims that need help walking away, or offenders that need to be looked at more closely by police, and those calls being diminished or actually just ending. What do you have? What's your plan? And how are you going to address those gaps?
Madam Chair, Counselor, yes. I mean, I think that we have to consider what we have the capacity for financially on video cameras. However, it is something that there is no doubt in my mind that we are definitely easily a year away. And it's not so much for the consumer. I think that was probably why we didn't use them to begin with. Our role is really about building trust and rapport with our community. And sometimes when you wear a video camera, people are not going to give away certain types of information knowing that they could be hurt in the end. And so I think big part, right, someone's not going to tell you I'm doing meth while we're trying to help them get into detox, because that could be used against them down the road. So I think that's part of it. But I will tell you, and again, as we've talked about in the past, safety is our biggest concern. And I do want to make sure our responders are safe, and I also want to make sure that our community is safe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still feel that there's gaps in coverage. A camera actually protects both individuals.
Absolutely.
The camera protects the individual who's wearing it, as well as the individual who you're filming in a lot of cases. And if there's a statement that could be used that's on a camera or even on one of your officers, then that needs to be brought forward and actually used in court if that's the case. If you're in a situation where you are diminished or where you've actually calmed down to the situation, then you're going to have situations where these people are going to reach out to you, and these people are reaching out to you and they're not getting the services that they need. We need to make sure that those police officers are coming back into the scene and that they're doing what they need to do. That's what we're hearing when we're talking to some of these folks who felt like they're not getting the services that they need. Another thing is, I wanted to ask you about your caseload. When you were sending me the reports, your whole department averaged a caseload of about 58 people, 50 to 60 people. Is that still more or less current?
So, Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, we don't carry caseloads, right? So at the very beginning, when we first created ACS, we had multiple meetings with community, 6 months worth of heavy community engagement to talk to partners, people who, vendors that we work through. And one of the big asks was don't compete with us for funding. And that meant case management, long-term services. So we definitely stayed out of that realm. We don't typically carry cases. Now, what I have found, because we are still building the plane while flying it, is that we do need case management. So the 53 that you have are people who we have felt very strongly that we needed to walk with them during this process, and that a handoff was not either available to them at that moment, or they just felt more comfortable with the individuals that we have. It is not something that, right, if we're gonna start doing case management, which we have talked about, and potentially it is something that we need to consider going into next year. But there's a lot, Medicaid comes into play. There's a bunch of different other pieces that we need to consider before we start doing that. But to say those cases that we are holding are many of our most volatile situations, people who have been dealing with homicides, just heavy violence in their homes, or even things like working with a family whose parent is dealing with dementia that is really severe, and they're high utilizers of 911 calls. So if you were to look down those 53 cases that we hold, they're not your basic 911 call. These are much more intense.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a real quick follow-up. That's really concerning to me because case management should be one of your #1 priorities. We should be able to follow up on, know exactly who you talk to, and what service was rendered. And then if you end up returning to that same person, then you need to be able to say, this is the second time that we went out here and we tried or we offered services, or even a third time. And if that's the case, and they're a drug user, drug abuser, whatever the case might be, if there's criminal charges as well, then that should be circling back around to the police officers to actually handle that call. I'm still concerned that ACS is still not 100% functional in the way that it needs to be, especially if you're taking calls away from police. It's just not making sense to me, being that I've been in the realm of police for so many years. I think there's a lot more to be done with ACS. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And Chair, if I can just respond. So I think we need to just really clearly define case management. As a social worker myself, I think when we think about case management, we're talking about a long-term case, right? This is somebody who you visit every week, maybe every month, who you are saying, right, your program says you need to meet these areas. Where are you at? You know, you're not showing up to whatever it means for that individual. Those are your bigger providers. Family and Community provides a lot of funding to those types of case management services, and those are the partners we refer to when we're out in the field. Now, do I think that we need to add additional funding for those individuals? Absolutely. For those programs that are doing that long-term case management, I completely agree. That's part of the larger system of care. And I know that you, as an officer, Councilor Sanchez, understand that that system of care is broken, just like our criminal justice system needs some help. We have to figure out how to fund appropriately, and those are the case management. Now, our team does do follow-up, and we meet with those people where they are at, in whatever status or shape they are in, to make sure that they are we're trying to get them to the next spot. And I will tell you, I'll give you an example. We have a man who, not just me and our team, but have other vendors. We're working with a vet who's been homeless for 34 years. This last month, he called us up because he knew who we were and said, I'm ready for a house. And he now lives in an apartment, sleeps on the floor because he's not quite used to a bed, but he is now living in an apartment. 34 years. He was ready for change. So if it takes 34 years for me to help that person off the street, then that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I saw in the write-up that the budget that's proposed will get you to 24/7 services, which is very exciting for me. But I wanted to talk through, what does that mean exactly? Is that one unit that's kind of in the central downtownish location, or is that multiple units throughout a shift?
So the funding that we requested, so just to be clear and to kind of backtrack, Madam Chair, Councilor Fiebelkorn, I'll take us back to FY23. We originally had asked for a larger budget. And it was during that time that we'd had a conversation, and same alert to other departments. They were like, we don't really know if you'll staff up. So let's take away, about 3.6 million, and we'll put it into reserve in case you do get to that point. It'll be there. And so we did. So by mid-year, we had already hired 87% of our staff that we requested. Some of those were harder to hire, like a fiscal manager and accountant. But we're getting there on those. But our behavioral health responders were not an issue. And so we were able to get some mid-year funding and then now be able to hire up the rest of our staff to get to that 24/7. Now, the new fiscal paper that we had put in and did not go through to here, council, was to have dedicated staff in different parts of the city. We do have a slideshow, and I'm happy to send that to you guys prepared, but it shows kind of the breakdown on each councilor's district. And it really shows the high need for where we needed to really put some dedicated personnel. And so I think that was what we were hoping for going forward. But we also know that, just like Councilor Sanchez, there's still a lot of gaps. We're a brand new department. We're 18 months old. And the reality is that first in the nation to create a department, but leading the charge across the nation with other cities who are coming to us, other chiefs, right? LAPD just did a huge presentation about their alternative programs. So I will say that we can use a year, total transparency as the director and creator of this department, we could use a year to really sharpen our tools and get down some stuff, but it will just be, unfortunately, the area that we won't be able to hit those dedicated spaces. It's not to say we won't be, you know, citywide. And the graveyard shift that we're looking at and testing, so just to be real clear, that'll help us get to that shift. So that's really it. We're not asking for additional positions. It's really just to get that 24/7, which is what our community has been asking for a very long time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. Can you just give me a ballpark on what it would cost to, say, have a dedicated field office, I don't know, in District 7?
So a startup cost for a unit, which is 2 behavioral health responders, is about $62,000 to start up, and then an annual cost of $95,000. So that's about $157K a year for one team for 40 hours a week.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. So less than $200K.
Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director. Thanks for being here today. I do like your program, and I see the value in it. I wanted to know, I have a few questions. 24/7, how many people, how many teams do we get for that?
So 24/7, we're looking at 3 teams, and this will be to have 7 days a week. So it's technically 6 teams for that graveyard shift, so that we make sure that we are only doing 5/8, so 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. We agree on the 12-hour shifts, and we even agree on the 10-hour shifts. It's a lot. When you're dealing with trauma, you need some downtime. So that was what it would be.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up, Madam Chair. Typically, how many cases or visits does a team make a day?
I think it's full. If we're taking 400 calls, I mean, typically any of our units are taking anywhere between 20 calls a day. Our calls do typically take a little longer, and it balances it out with some of the calls that nobody's there. So some of the calls that we're going out to, which is helpful because an officer would have to go out to that call, we can just get it off the CAD, right? There's a data very clearly when you take a call, 911, the call goes through, and you're able to check that little box that says that nobody's at the scene or nobody's at the situation. So that's how many calls are taken. And again, we could also take 9 hours on a call if there is a situation that really requires us to be really hands-on.
Thank you. One final question. The Trauma Recovery Center that will be at the Gateway, when will that be open?
So we're looking at 6 months or less. It has been, sorry, Madam Chair, Councilor Grout. It should be open in about 6 months. It's taken us a little bit longer, and luckily, the Department of Justice, who's the grant we're under, understands. I think these are very complicated programs because it takes a very particular kind of individuals. But we anticipate, and it will live at the Gateway for now. We think it's a good fit for that space generally because it is typically people who are dealing with high levels of trauma.
Thank you. And is it, one more question, is it being rehabbed right now, remodeled? The place where it's going to go?
Yeah. Madam Chair, Councilor, so it is being remodeled now. It's costing us less than $1 million to get that space available. But it needs to have more of a clinical standing space.
Okay, so maybe by the end of October we'll have it going? Okay.
I can believe that.
Looking forward to it.
Yes, we look forward to that too.
Thank you, that's all.
Counselor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director, so you said 400 calls a day. Last month you took 2,150 calls. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor, can you repeat that question one more time?
I read that you took 2,150 calls last month. So how many is that a day?
Well, some days it's, Madam Chair, some days it is 400 calls. It could be less. That's an average call volume that we take.
60 calls a day, right? So you took 60 calls a day last month, not
So,
400 calls a day. Just doing the math. Want to make sure earlier we said 400 adult calls a day. It was 60 calls a day last month.
Madam Chair, I think we're happy to sit down, Counselor Lewis,
Okay.
and do the math on that. We do have breakdowns of weekly, daily, month. Those are all numbers that PD and ACS all have. It's basic data analysis. And we're happy to sit down. I think that's an area that we've requested time to sit, or even to have you sit in the car with us for a ride-along, but unfortunately have not.
I'm glad to
had
do that
your
anytime.
ability. Would love
I don't know
that.
why we
Thank
haven't
you so much.
Set that up. I mean,
Yeah,
please don't
no.
say that it's because of me not being willing to do that. I mean, certainly.
We've requested it a couple
But
times.
we've called your office many times too for calls like that too. So, so that's a little silly to bring that up, to be honest. Your department, by far, it's a 41% increase to the budget, about $5.3 million. 140. You're looking at proposing 140 in staff. You budgeted for most of that last year, so there's an increase of about 5.3 million. What's the bulk of that going to? It looks like it's really salary increases, correct?
Chair and Counselor, no, it's not salary increase, it's positions, so vacancies, so we're looking to hire more people. There has been no increase in
if you
salaries.
could clarify this, Mr. Bhakta, because in this budget, we're budgeted for 140 staff. There's 47 vacancies. But my understanding is that, so we're not now increasing it by $5.3 million to budget for those vacancies because we've already budgeted for the vacancies, right? So what is the $5.3 million in increase over last year?
So Chair, Counselor, that is where, again, there was money that was taken out in FY23. We did a technical adjustment at mid-year for 3.7, and then there was the money that came from the operations that we are already doing with the VIP. There's a total of 5.7, more or less. So there is no technically new money going into this. This is just to get us to what we requested in FY23 and the work that we are currently operating with the Violence Intervention Program.
Well, anyways,
Counselor,
Madam Chair.
I might be able to answer part of that
Sure.
based off of budget last year if you want. So when we were trying to find money and when I was proposing our budget, we ended up taking away half of what was being proposed for the Community Safety Department in their proposed positions and only funding them for 6 months of the 12. And if they were going to hire fully that amount, or once they got that hired and filled, which they did, we were able to do in the cleanup bill and give them more money. But that was not something that was in their original budget. So this is going to be adding in that approximate just over $3 million to make them whole from last year's budget because they did meet the goal.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director, why the vacancy rate? Why such a high vacancy rate?
Madam Chair, it was recommended when we asked originally for our amount of money to go ahead and create the positions. So we created the positions, filled what we could with the funding that we had, and then opened those up when we got the new money. So that's, if you look at the actual vacancy time in regards to the new positions that are on there, they just got posted in March, and I will tell you, we've had something over like 40 people who were waiting for those positions to open back up. So I will say that they're not sitting for very long based on the time the positions were posted, not vacant.
Okay, and Madam Chair, so you mentioned that 17,000 calls for service diverted from police, and I guess you're doing the math on 400 a day, which we know that's not it. It's like 2150 for April. So I'm guessing that it's much less than 2% of calls diverted from the police department. So none of the math adds up here at all, to be honest. I mean, there's just nothing about this that adds up, just the math on it. But anyhow, what is success to you? I mean, is 2% of calls to service, of diverting calls to service from APD, is that success? Is that your goal? Is 3%? Is it 10%? If you have, I think about, let's say you have 40 caseworkers that are responding to calls, and then you have, less than 400 police officers that are responding for calls to service. That's about 10%. So you have about 10% caseworkers to APD police officers responding to calls for service. So would that be a good goal? Would 10% be success? Or to you, to your department, and your goals, what you're working toward, what is success when it comes to diverting calls for service from APD?
So Madam Chair, Counselor, thank you, APD to my rescue here. So it's 400 calls a week. So if you look at my math on 20 calls per unit, we're taking about a 90, 80 to 100 a day. That ends up equaling out to potentially more than 400 a week. So we can break down that data. Now, let me state really clearly on some of this. I think everybody gets the performance measures during budget. When we first started this, I will tell you, just for number of calls that we thought we were gonna take, our first numbers were 10,000. We were like, we're gonna take 10,000 calls. That seemed like a lot of calls for us. In our first year, we took 20,000 calls. So we upped that number for now going into FY24 to 30,000 calls because we don't know if we're gonna hit more than 30. Once we've now been able to see some projections and now we can actually do some cost analysis and return on investment, we think we can take up to 40 to 50,000 calls. So to give you perspective, fire takes about 110,000 calls a year. So our hopes is that, we can get to at least 40 to 50,000 calls a year, which does make a dent, again, because they're calls diverted from APD. They're not necessarily calls that would normally go to AFR.
So that'd be about like, what, 4 or 5%? Is it?
It would be higher than that. We're like about 2.5, maybe less, percent right now.
Okay. And then, Madam Chair and Director, just to quantify you mentioned about, following up on certain cases. So APD has this process, and even AFR, or certain calls to service, and there's a way to track. This was a homicide. There was an arrest made. This is a traffic incident. There was a citation given. A domestic dispute, an arrest made, a citation giving, or nothing at all. But they're able to track that and able to say, do you have similar type of data that shows that these are the calls to service that we did, and this is the result of that,
Madam Chair, Counselor, we do. So we use something called Mark 43. Myself, PD, ACS and PD are both on the same network. I think Metro Security is going to be jumping on that same bandwagon, and that will help us track what we call disposition. So even though we may have been called to maybe an unsheltered individual or a welfare check, and there was underlying issues of mental behavioral health, that data, right, when we leave that call, allows us to track what was the actual issue, who did we engage with. Maybe it wasn't just person A, but there was person B, C, D, and that'll help us track the different, kind of familiar types of stuff, right? Because there's sometimes we'll hit child, especially with our violence intervention programs. We'll see we work with a child or a youth, and then we find that we are working with their father and mother too. So it allows us to track those numbers and really understand the data better.
Madam Chair and Director, thank you. Last question. You mentioned, just an example of the type of partnership that you have with APD and what you do. And one of the responses that you gave was that that the department, one of the things that you do is you reduce the risk of use of force and officer-involved shootings. Can you give an example of how your department has reduced the risk of an officer-involved shooting?
Yeah, if you look at, Madam Chair, Counselor, when we look at the data in regards to the use of force situations, we can see that there are mental behavioral health conditions that have underlying issues there. We can look at James Boyd, for instance, or Max Mitnick from Tanawon. I think those were both calls that I think our responders and MCTs would have gone out to, and I think those two individuals would tell you differently if they were alive today. Now, I'm not saying that APD doesn't need to be present for some of these calls. There is no doubt about that. We have learned to respect each other's work and to really communicate well and understand each other's philosophies on public safety. But I will say that having ACS be present, whether it's to help with one bystander situation while the cop, while police can handle the actual scene, whether it's us showing up to just have, be able to talk through a situation with a family member, we are working together to be able to address those underlying issues so that we don't have an escalation. The other piece of this is that we can also see that sometimes when calls sit longer, sometimes they go away. The situation maybe digresses as it needs to, but chances are it's going to actually increase. So a situation that might be at a very low type of intensity might get worse the longer it sits in the queue. And if we can get to those calls while it's still at a low acuity, then we can prevent the higher types of acuity situations. So there's lots of ways to talk about return on investment, but I will say that we have to start thinking about bigger and innovative ways to do this. I have tons of social workers and case managers and people who want to do this work. And it's something that we're having to really think through how we put the public back in public safety.
Madam Chair and Director, yeah, I don't wrap up, but I mean, it's hypothetical. I think most of what you were saying was hypothetical, and that's fine. I mean, I'm trying to, I want to, I'm trying to understand that and see, but I mean, really, I think, again, I'd like to see the data that would show that, specific officer-involved police shootings that, I mean, to make the claim, and I'm not saying you did, but to make any kind of claim that an ACS caseworker would have resulted in another type of response, I mean, maybe it would have resulted into an officer being shot or a caseworker being shot or that person shooting themselves. But I mean, I don't know, I'd want more data than hypothetical, situations of the fact that a claim that an officer-involved shooting that's happened, whether it be the Boyd incident and others, would have turned out differently if an ACS caseworker showed up on that scene. I think it's a reach, and I think the best we could do is probably just make some hypothetical guesses on that. So I think one of the challenges with the department is just as it's new, I mean, is having the data and the that demonstrates and shows. I mean, even just hours. I mean, the hours. It's easy to be able to say 1-to-1. I mean, a caseworker going out, ACS worker going out, spends an hour on a case. Well, that's taking away 1 hour from an officer. I mean, in baseball they use statistics and to be able just to find out if a pitcher is good or not. I mean, just an amazing amount of statistics and data, and I certainly believe that this department needs a lot of data to be able to justify, especially 41% increase in your budget and everything else. So thanks for taking the time.
Madam Chair, I will say that part of our issue paper, which we're really okay for the next year, was the positions that we were asking weren't just behavioral health responders, but for technical data people. They were all mostly data individuals. There is no doubt. We have an entire huge department at the police department that does this. It's a big deal to be able to have the right people to be able to do the analytics for that work. I know that, again, as we move and we grow and we hire additional individuals to help with this type of work, we worked this year to hire some contractors who came in and are helping us with some of that data analysis. I think we'll start to see those numbers much more clearly as we move forward. But I also think this is how innovative, projects happen. I think there's a big piece in this. We've tried small baby programs, right? We had a lot of small our mobile crisis team was little. We've had some the Coast team was little. They were all doing fantastic work, but not at the numbers that we're seeing. So we also, and I'm happy to send all the counselors additional information that we are now seeing from a lot of researchers nationally on this work who are really collecting this information, working with the Department of Justice to really see the greater impact that we're seeing. So look forward to be able to sending that.
Thank you. If you can send that over, that'd be great. I have one question. Of the 140 staff, how many are responders?
So, Madam Chair, we are actually, when we did the new positions, we reclassed them because we needed more behavioral health responders. So it's actually, most of them are responders. I think maybe 10, if I can think, are probably admin staff that we've needed that we just didn't put in when we originally started the department. And so, yeah, and like I said, we just posted one. We have one BHR position that we're waiting for the other ones to get posted. We already had 30 applicants just in the last 2 days.
Great, and that actually caused me to have one more question, sorry. Because I know that originally these were unclassified positions. I believe that you just mentioned reclass, so does that mean now they're classified? How is everybody, when they're getting hired, are they getting hired as classified? Is it going through the regular process? Can you just describe a little bit briefly about that change?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. We have classified 91% of all of ACS. So we're very excited, I will say, and I will attribute that push for Councilor Sanchez, who really pushed that. We really felt that that was fair for sustainability reasons. Our staff wanted it. We have good people who want to do this work, and we want to be able to give them the career at the city. So all of them are classified. So we have to follow all the rules and regs in regards to hiring classified employees. The other piece of that is they are also unionized. So for many that have sat on there. So we're really excited about them. The big part for unionization was, like anybody, they want a voice. They want to have sustainability. And it can be, I think right now everyone's really happy and we're in negotiations are great, but you know, what happens in 2 years? So I think everyone's just thinking about that.
Thank you for that clarification. So I'm assuming the last 9% is direct appointed and deputies and whatnot?
Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, thank you so much for that, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Davis, I believe we're moving on to AFR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're exactly right. Up next is Albuquerque Fire Rescue. Emily Jaramillo, Chief. FY24 proposed general fund budget of $115,817 general fund positions. As mentioned previously, $910,000 for smart dispatching software, EMS recruiting for paramedics, and EMS training and equipment replacement, and is offset by EMS billing, primary transportations to hospitals. Next bullet point, $800,000 for 9 new positions, along with operating funding to prepare for the opening of Fire Station 23. $1.1 million full funding for 12 safer grant positions that moved to the general fund. That grant ended. Now we've got to push them into the general fund. Last bullet, Madam Chair, is AFR cadet wage increase. Both step 1 and step 2 increased $1. Step 1 went from $33,000 about $35,000, and step 2 from $41,000 to $43,000. And with that, Madam Chair, Chief and her staff are also here to answer questions.
Madam Chair, hello.
Welcome, Chief. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And welcome to your first official budget.
Thank you.
Right. Will you please introduce your team that you brought with you?
Yes. I'd like to start by introducing Dr. Amanda Vigil a little bit more. She, I don't know if everybody knows, she has been managing ACS's budget since the inception, and she also oversees or was overseeing the OEM budget as well. So we have a very large budget, and we appreciate, she's kind of the glue that holds us together, and she does a lot of extra work, so I want to acknowledge her. I also have with me today Deputy Chief Santos Garcia. He oversees human resources and training. Deputy Chief Kevin Frondo, technology, communication, and CPSC. And then Deputy Chief Meisner, who oversees our logistics. He works very closely with our budget, our fleet, finance, all of that.
Thank you so much, counselors. Questions for AFR? Don't think you're getting that lucky. Oh, Counselor Pena?
I wasn't going to ask any questions. I was just writing down all my questions so I can send them later. But I just wanted to ask, you know, APD just talked about the recruitment, and I know that AFR is much lower. So is there any desire to kind of be competitive like APD? Because I think you start off much lower than their 63 that they're at now, or that they showed earlier.
Committee Chair and Councilor Pena. Yes, you can see the difference. One of the things that we're asking for under our ask with the EMS budgeting is an additional $100,000 for paramedic recruitment. We've seen some improvements with our recruiting the past year. Some of the efforts there have increased our recruiting. And then the salary increase, we're hoping to see the result of that, but that started roughly 6 months ago. We added the $1 an hour for our cadets and for our probationary firefighters, so we are not sure if we'll see benefits from that or not. I'm sorry, we haven't had it long enough to see if it's benefited us.
Okay, because we just don't want to be pitting the departments, you know, in terms of recruitment against each other either, because then once we come up to par with APD, then we're going to have the staffing issues, the major staffing issues with the fire department. So I think it should kind of be an even kill. So, thank you.
Counselors, any other questions? Chief, I have a question. So and this again might be Mr. Davis as well, but in the FY23 budget, there was 1.5 million earmarked for apparatus. And I'm wondering if the apparatus was purchased or if the funding was spent or what's remaining.
Madam Chair, I'll have Deputy Chief Meisner answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 1.5 million was part of the medic units that we brought on last year in the southeast. We brought both of those medic units on. The apparatus were ordered, they have not arrived yet. And the rest of that money was used for getting the station retrofitted, getting all of that equipment put in place to add those 2 additional units in the southwest, which I will say that is making a significant impact for our crews in the southeast. So we're very grateful for that.
Okay, thank you. And another question that came up is, this is not something that I imagine you're going to have now, but will you please get us a list of your one-time fundings? So in this budget for the non-recurring, we don't have a list of what those are for the department. So if we can get a list of that, that would be great. And I believe staff is going to ask you, but I'm just going to put it out there because it's in my notes so that we can get more information on the trespass and litter control program. I don't know if you want to briefly discuss it a little bit or if you want to, some of us were surprised to learn about this.
So, Madam Chair, unfortunately, our deputy chief that oversees the fire marshal's office and ADAPT is on a family vacation, so he's not with me, and he would be the best person to talk about the TLC program. It's something that we added this year to work on some of the vacant lot properties because ADAPT was really formed to deal with properties, and then we realized that we were having some of those issues on vacant lots. And so there are vacant lots that are then kind of taken into the program as well. Unfortunately, I don't have much more information that I believe you're seeking, so he returns tomorrow and we can provide a follow-up for you.
No problem. Thank you, Chief. If we can just get information. I know, again, we were just talking about it in our briefing, so it's going to come to you in one form or another. I thought I'd put it out there. Counselors, any other last-minute questions? All right. Well, thank you very much for being here. It has come to my attention that some people are hungry. While it wasn't a plan to have dinner per se, let's do a quick, I mean, if we can do 20 minutes, but let's say 25 minutes for dinner, we're going to break.
Thank you.
And council, dinner's down here. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that delightful rest or meal or whatever it may have been. We are back, and I believe we are going to move on to City Clerk. Mr. Davis, if you want to go ahead and start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Noel, go over the slide for City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For City Clerk, we have Ethan Watson as the City Clerk. They have an FY24 proposed general fund budget of $5,144,000. 34 general fund positions. $342,000 is non-recurring for temporary staff to assist with IPRA backlog and growth. And then another $103,000 is for a program administrator position transferred from economic development.
Thank you, Mr. Noel. Mr. Clerk, welcome and thank you. I see you brought all of your staff almost with you and
I
left
did.
just a couple of them behind.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the council, I did bring Rachel Rodarte, our fiscal officer for the clerk's office. She came to our office a few years ago now. We're very excited for all her assistance as our department has grown. The budget office has highlighted the high points of the budget for the clerk's office, and I would stand for any questions that council.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Mr. Clerk. I was just curious about the one-time non-recurring funding for IPRA backlog and growth. It doesn't seem to me that IPRA is going to be reducing in workload over the years, and so you think that there's a point where you can just get caught up and then you'll be okay with your existing staff in the future?
That is my, Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, thank you for that question. That is my current calculus. I will say it has been difficult to predict or project the growth in the number of public records requests that the city receives each year. There was a time period in the last several years during which it would oscillate between 10 and 30%. So we received 11,000 requests last year. 60% of those were for law enforcement records. Most of them were from commercial users. At present, my focus really is on backlog, and that is why I think the temps will be of great assistance. They also, as we have turnover in our department, do assist us in filling. They are highly competitive for our open positions because of their experience. And so, yes, we are hopeful that that will assist us in addressing the city's backlog of public records requests.
Mr. Clerk, so what was the percentage with one of the questions that we had during our briefings too is, do you have an update on if there's been a reduction in the number of IPRA requests that you've had, particularly from those that were commercial users, since we've passed the resolution about it?
So council just did, thank you, Madam Chair. Council did just make some updates to our ordinances. We are working to initiate a process to take advantage of some of those. It was only a few months ago, and so I haven't had time to do that. My hope is that will, we will see what effect it has. But following on your lead, the legislature did then make a number of other additions to IPRA, and so those will impact our workload as well.
So it sounds like maybe one might decrease while the other might cause an increase is what we might anticipate.
Madam Chair, it's hard to know, and I think that's the difficulty we face. So the legislature this year, following on the council's lead in many ways, did create an exemption for nudity statewide, which I think is a good thing, and a number of other exemptions. I think the exemptions are all good public policy, so it allows us to redact some more information around, like for example, in the future we will now be able to redact when the police notify a person of another person's death, family members, and because that is a private event, it can be greatly disturbing to have that broadcast on the internet. So that is, I recognize, good public policy. The fact of the matter is that redaction takes time, and the time required to redact lapel video is significant.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, thanks. And thank you to all that attended too, and for all you do. All right, Mr. Davis.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up is Arts and Culture, Dr. Shell Sanchez, Director, with an FY24 proposed general fund budget of $50.6 million, 411 general fund positions. First bullet, non-recurring funding includes the following highlights. For Explora, $250,000, continued library IT at $350,000, and Route 66 operations at $250,000. 3/4 year funding of $287,000 for 5 full-time positions, and $500,000 non-recurring operational funding to support Asia coming online. And last bullet, Madam Chair, $150,000 increase in non-recurring funding for the Picasso exhibit. And Dr. Sanchez and your team are here answering your questions.
Thank you. Welcome, Director. Thank you for what you do and being here. Will you please introduce who you brought with you?
Thank you, Counselor. I've got this evening with me Denise Ortiz, who's our fiscal manager, probably most relevant this evening. Elsa Menendez, Deputy Director, and Brandon Gibson, Deputy Director.
Thank you very much. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, in our write-up, it says that the new Asia exhibit coming online will not have any new species. Can you describe how many new animals will be brought to Albuquerque for that exhibit?
Madam Chair, Councillor Fiebelkorn, at this point, there are no plans for new animals to travel to the city for that exhibit.
So we're not having any additional animals for the entire New Asia exhibit?
Madam Chair and Councillor Fiebelkorn, I think we stated in one of our questions back to Council that when we have animals in the different exhibits, animals do come and go from the zoo as part of our relationship with AZA. And so I don't want to say that there will not be any new animals coming at any point in the future that are part of the Asia exhibit. But at this point, there are no animals that we are planning to bring in for that exhibit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you, same question for the new Australia habitat. How many new animals? I know you were very clear that you're bringing in one new species, but how many new animals will be brought into the city of Albuquerque?
Madam Chair, Councilor Fiebelkorn, I would have to have the team give you, the biopark team get those numbers for you. And we are bringing in little penguins. I do not know the number of little penguins we're bringing in for that exhibit. We are bringing back Tasmanian devils. I'm not sure how many we're bringing in. So I would have to work with the team to get you those numbers. Also, we probably won't have those for a while because Australia is not opening until later this year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then the Heritage Farm improvements, how many animals are there now?
Madam Chair, Councilor Fiebelkorn, I do not know off the top of my head. I will see if Deputy Director Gibson knows. All right. Madam Chair, Councilor Fiebelkorn, I'm happy to get you those numbers.
Sure. And I'd also like to know how many animals would be brought in with the new enlarged area, and the source of those animals. I know we talk a lot about we don't purchase animals at the zoo and they're part of the AZA, but these animals were at one point 100% purchased, and I assume that that is still the case.
Madam Chair, Councilor Fiebelkorn, I believe that we addressed some of this on our written answers to Council. We do not have plans at this point to bring in additional animals to Heritage Farm, but I'm happy to find out what the team's plan is on that. Again, that exhibit will not be complete for more than a year, and so at this point, there are probably not firm plans, but I'm happy to share that with you as soon as we have them.
Thank you. Madam Chair, one more question. So with the addition of all these animals that are coming in for the Australia exhibit and the Asia exhibit, and whatever's going to happen with Heritage Farm, are we increasing our veterinary care for the animals at the zoo? We had 2 veterinarians at the last time I checked.
Yes, Madam Chair and Council Feeblecorn, we do have 2 veterinarians, and we have 2 vet techs. And additionally, all of our zookeepers have a lot of training in animal care, so they provide daily animal care. At this current point, we are not planning additional vets.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Counselors, any other questions? Counselor Grout?
Madam Chair, thank you. Director, thanks for being here. I just had a question about the libraries. There's a recent grant, $97,420 for the libraries that has to be spent by June 30. What do you intend to spend on that money on?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, I believe you're referring to the state grant and aid. Those are funds that we get every year.
Okay.
And the amount varies slightly from year to year, but it is money that we get and we plan for every year. And it's generally part of our materials budget. Looking at Denise, and she is nodding her head that I got that one right.
Okay.
So it has probably essentially already been spent since you approved it at the last meeting.
Good, good. Madam Chair, materials being books, video.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, books,
Audio.
DVDs, puzzles, all kinds of, all the materials that you'd find in the library.
Very good,
Yes.
very good. Learning, lots of
Yes.
learning. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's it.
Counselors, any other questions? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple questions on the San Ysidro in Corrales, this Casa San Ysidro. We did not do any budget for repair on that roof. And so in this operating budget, I know we're looking for, hiring people, but how are you going to handle the roof?
Madam Chair, Council Feeblecorn, that is a really good question. We do have about $150,000 that we got this year in state capital outlay, and we will specifically for Casa San Ysidro. We will definitely use that to do some initial stabilizing. I believe we do have some other CIP funds for Casa San Ysidro. Not a great deal. Much of that is going for some hydrology issues and water runoff issues. And so we'll be working hard with our Albuquerque Museum Foundation, hopefully to do some, additional fundraising in the private sector. And we'll do our best to take care of that building over the next year and go back to the state legislature in January.
Thank you. Madam Chair, one more question. Looking in the budget, there is a lot of money in this budget for fireworks, the Freedom 4th fireworks display, and then there's another set of money in another department's budget for the fireworks display. It just seems like a lot for a 2 or 3, maybe 4-hour event. Can you talk through why that's so expensive and why that is being funded completely by the city of Albuquerque?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, that is a great observation. It is a lot of money. I can only speak to the $100,000 request that's in our budget, and that was not funded. But fireworks have more than doubled since the pandemic. And all of the costs that are associated with our Freedom 4th celebration at Balloon Fiesta Park, all of those costs have gone up very substantially, as have all of our event costs. Not the pretty fun things like headliners, but things like porta potties and private security and our staff for parking and all of these other kinds of barricades. These are all expenses that have gone up significantly since 2020. So our event budget, and Freedom 4th is the largest public event that our department puts on, has really expanded. And as I said, we've gone from probably $30,000 for a 25-minute fireworks display to close to $100,000 is what we're estimating based on last year's costs and the ongoing escalation. And so that's why we put in this year that new cost request for Freedom 4th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the fireworks are in here for 85,000. There's a lot of other expenses. It totals 317,000 for your department, and then, like I said, there's another 100,000 in another department. So we're talking about almost $500,000 for one event. Is that your understanding?
Madam Chair, Council Feeblecorn, again, I can only speak to what's in the arts and culture budget. But yes, in terms of $317,000, yes, it's a very expensive event.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Director, did you say that the $100,000 request was not funded?
The
fireworks?
issue paper for fireworks in our department was not funded.
Okay. Counselors, any other question? Counselor Benton?
Madam Director, just looking at our staff write-up, I believe this is, but it says the department requested a dedicated events supervisor for the rail yards. Was that approved is that in the budget currently?
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, no, it was not approved. And the reason being that a lot of things have changed since we did our issue paper in December, as you know. There's a very different plan for the rail yards in place right now.
Yeah, okay, so that I understand. And then just quickly, on that same topic of the rail yards, there's a mention that you've been communicating with the Rail Yards Advisory Board and the Brillis Community Coalition, Brillis Neighborhood. South Broadway has been one of the more touchy neighbors, and maybe for good reason. I'm hoping that there's also some outreach with them, specifically with regard to blacksmith shop, and we've talked about this before, but some of the amplified music type events and having a line of communication to the South Broadway neighborhood specifically. Is that something that's on your radar screen? Is that occurring?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, I feel like we do have good lines of communication. Our community events staff, who's been overseeing events at the blacksmith shop for almost 10 years now, has a really good working relationship, and I'm pretty sure the people that are most impacted by loud music at blacksmith shop have the division manager's cell phone number programmed into their cell phone. And so I do feel like when there are issues, which are really few and far between now, that we hear from them and we respond immediately. Sometimes we respond at, that evening. We'll go out and check sound and make sure everything's good. So yeah, I feel like the communication's strong.
Good. Well, that's great to hear. No news is good news. I haven't heard either.
All right, I agree.
Thank you.
Counselors, any other questions? Hang on, I gotta check. I think they asked them all. Thank you for being here. That's it.
Thank you.
They did it for me. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. All right, Mr. Noel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, we have Parks and Recreation. David Simon, Director. Their FY24 proposed general fund budget is $48,238,000 with 340 general fund positions and 3 grant positions. The budget contains $200,000 for aquatic staff's pay adjustment to maintain parity with other employers such as Bernalillo County. $2.7 million non-recurring funding remains to support the Mondo Indoor Track, Park Ranger PSA's park security, USA Cycling's Collegiate Cycling Championship, Youth Connect summer recreation programs, trails and park maintenance, just to name a few. And then finally, the proposed non-recurring funding for the following initiatives includes $80,000 for 4-H Park Concept Plan, $105,000 for Freedom Fourth event, $250,000 for golf operations, and $250,000 for Urban Forestry Tree Program. Remain for questions.
Oh, Director, welcome. I had to say it with the microphone on. And
Good evening.
If you want to introduce your lovely staff that you brought with you, that'd be wonderful.
I'd
please.
love to. My boss, Joey Rowe, who's our fiscal manager, she's doing an awesome job for you in the city. Let me just leave it at that. Our 2 deputy directors, David Flores, Dennis Vasquez.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Counselors, questions? Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Director. In keeping with my previous line of questioning, I see on your funding, you're also getting $105,000 for fireworks. And I assume that is for the Freedom Fourth. And I'm just, again, seems like a lot of money for one event that does do a lot of significant damage to wildlife, not to mention companion animals with the loud noises. So can you just talk through why we need that additional money for fireworks?
Yes, Madam Chair and Councilor, that event typically draws in excess of 50,000 people to the Balloon Fiesta Park. It's a massive event, and it requires, the full complement of interdepartmental collaboration to pull it off. So some of the costs that are associated with it, first I'll say that this year's request actually is, for fireworks is, I think, almost a third of what we requested last year. So we're in the business of asking for what we think we need. And in this case, we surrendered money to the friend of the general fund, I would say. And the request is only $105,000. That money is needed to handle the traffic control plan. We also have overtime costs associated with bringing a lot of employees out to manage and clean the park. We take care of pretty much every city employee who comes to the park that day. It's more than a 3-hour event. It takes a day at least, almost 2 to set up and several to clean up from. And then, one of the more beneficial things we've been working on, Councilor, about how to better manage the Balloon Fiesta Park to make a more user-friendly experience is getting people in and out of the park faster and more efficiently. One of the tricks to that is to get bad drivers like me to park between the lines in a parking lot. And most of the parking lots there have 0 striping. And I can tell you the difference between filling a parking lot with stripes and one that is not striped is significant in time and effort. So we've been also kind of chipping away at getting some stripes down on some of these lots. And when you do that, it not only helps the Freedom Fourth event, but it helps every large event at Balloon Fiesta Park, including, of course, the Balloon Fiesta itself. So in terms of the impacts, I'm very mindful on wildlife. I would be mindful of that. And, in previous years when we had some dispersed fireworks displays during times of COVID, we avoided shooting fireworks near some of our animal shelters, and so I'm glad that we don't have that proximity to the Balloon Fiesta Park in this case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm glad to hear that this $105,000 is not actually for fireworks. That makes me happy, because we were already spending $85,000 on fireworks. Any thought to the fireworks that are being used in a lot of the European cities that do not have loud noises associated with them?
Madam Chair and Councilor, I guess I'd say the most interesting thing I saw, one of the more interesting things I saw during COVID was the fireworks list fireworks display, which was a drone display. And that actually was a 4th of July event that I saw in Durango, Colorado. It was lovely. People enjoyed it. Most everyone who watched it said, that was great. I wish they'd had some fireworks.
Everybody except the animals who were scared out of their minds by the loud noises, I'm sure. Okay, a couple more questions, Madam Chair. Can you just talk a little bit about the $250,000 for golf operations that's included in this budget and what that means? We did just have a significant amount of money going to golf in the capital budget. So what additional needs are there at the golf courses?
Great, thank you for the question, Madam Chair and Councilor Fiebelkorn. Golf has been enjoying a strong run the past few years. I think rounds played at our 4 municipal golf courses are up 35% almost over the last 3 years. So that means the courses are extremely busy. And of course, part of what's driving that is to have good courses, well-maintained courses, and good service on the courses. So that puts the onus on us to better maintain the courses. We have some of the costs that we have seen that need to be better covered by, and this is, of course, non-recurring dollars, because that's what the city can afford to do this year. We have an aging fleet of equipment. So the older your equipment, the more you have to repair and maintain it. We have seen some of those costs go up. We have seen maintenance costs that attach to anything we have to purchase, such as fertilizers and things like that. I think this is a well-worn tune. You've heard about cost increases in supply chain problems. Those have hit us at Gulf. And I would also say that we have had more repair problems in some of our facilities also over the past years, and we anticipate some of those also being with us for a little while. So, we're doing very well with Gulf, and I don't see these cost increases aren't, they're kind of tracking with the busy nature of the courses right now and how we're trying to maintain the best value in Gulf that we can in the entire Middle Rio Grande Valley. And I think we're doing that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I was interested in the Neighborhoods program. City Council funded that pretty highly last year. In the past, it had been done individually by district and with set-asides. But now that we have that money in Parks and Rec for Neighborhoods, what is the process for individual council districts to get those grants for tree plantings in our neighborhoods?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair and Councilor Feeblecorn. First of all, thanks to all the councilors who have supported that program in their districts over several years, and for the strong support the mayor has given and this council has given to our urban forestry Let's Plant Albuquerque campaign. It's been a real bright spot, and I appreciate the support and the fact we can see distributed benefits from that program all over our city, which will long outlive us, shall I say. The Neighborhoods program is a terrific partnership with Tree New Mexico. One of the things we have worked out that's a positive change this year is trying to move more of our tree planting money to basically 305 or longer term, allow us to have longer term timeframes to spend it. Because as you know, we have certain tree planting seasons and windows, and so it's best that we apply the money at the smartest time to plant trees. So that is another great thing that our budget office and the council has supported, is giving us the ability to spend the money at the right times of year. We have also, as part of that, instituted a new program where communities, neighborhoods, organizations can apply for Neighborhoods grants. And it's a very simple process that we're standing up, and that will provide the financial accountability, transparency back up to Neighborhoods grants. And councilors are still free to do more than what is available in the budget if they'd like to. We're trying to get at least one Neighborhoods planting in every council district on a rotating basis. So but some councilors have chosen to do more, and so there'll be actually still 2 ways to do Neighborhoods plantings. And I think the only other thing we just have to be honest about limiting factors is the supply chain for nursery material. So sometimes it's robust, other times we're waiting for material. But we will have those portals for a very simple grant program, and the councilors are free to also supplement.
Thank you. Let me just make sure I understand. So there's going to be one Tree New Mexico planting in each district per planting season?
Madam Chair, Councilor, no, that won't probably be physically possible to do. We've been rotating the plantings around all districts in what I'd call a fair rotation. So we're trying to make sure we are doing plantings in every district. I think one in every council district every season would exceed the capacity of Tree New Mexico and probably exceed some of the capacity of the volunteer system that goes with it. But there's more than one way to plant trees. So we're using all tools we can.
Okay. that was not my understanding of how the program was going to work, so I'd love to talk to you more about this offline. You know, when we put that money into the budget, it was my impression that the plantings that we were doing would continue. And I did 2 plantings in District 7 last year, and I was told that, you know, we usually do 1, but I was told we'd usually do 1 per district. And so I'd like to clarify this.
Madam Chair, Councilor, I think you asked whether we could do that every season, and there's 2 planting seasons. So it would be really hard to do 1 per planting season in every council district. That would be 18 plantings.
Okay.
That's a lot. I do
But
think we
perhaps
can-
per year.
Yeah, per year, and, you know, and blending in other types of plantings. They may not all be neighbor woods technically, but using all the tools we have to plant with different volunteer groups as well. And I think what we all want is the output, which is trees in the ground.
Yeah, sure. I mean, because we now have the Urban Heat Highland map, and we have the, you know, the low-income map, and those should be looked at together in deciding where we need tree canopies, so.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. And then, Madam Chair, my last question. There's a funding in here for kind of park ranger PSAs. Can you just talk through how that program will work?
Sure. Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, that program, of course, is a collaboration with APD, and we are standing that program up. And the way it works is PSAs we have identified sort of tasks, both routine and rotational tasks for PSAs that they can help perform throughout our public land system there, the parks and other areas that we manage. So some of those are daily tasks, others are sort of rotational tasks, and we're assisting APD with means to have those PSAs serve. And then the assignments are generally made out through the area commands. And I think we're experimenting now and standing that program up this year, and I think it is one of the best ways we can free up officers to handle the more challenging law enforcement requirements we have in the city, and have the PSAs handle tasks that, you know, do not always require a fully commissioned officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
On that, Director, so can you give us an example of some of these routine and rotational tasks? Because I'm curious how park ranger PSAs differ from APD PSAs through the police department.
Madam Chair, they are one and the same right now, so we are using APD PSAs. So an example of a routine task would be opening, or typically more likely closing, gates at parks at night. And a rotational task would be, we would like to see the presence of PSAs in a park or cluster of parks at a certain time on a regular basis, or we would like to see PSAs present for specific time and place events or special needs.
Okay, so, but they're in Parks and Recreation instead of APD because it's going to be specifically designated PSAs at parks, supervised properties and locations?
Madam Chair, that's correct. Those PSAs are to be available to handle some of these tasks and chores in parks and open space.
Okay, and I don't know if you can answer this because it might be going the other direction with that, but do these same park ranger PSAs, if needed, go and do more of the police department PSA duties? Do they cross over? Are they one, I mean, because they're one and the same, do they cross over, or are they designated for park ranger duties and tasks?
Madam Chair, I would say that no doubt to fully utilize the human resources we have in the city, that no PSA should not be busy. They should be busy all the time. And if they're not busy doing parks, they should be assisting APD. But we are presenting a full plate of areas where we could use assistance, and that's the intention.
Okay, thank you, Director. And I'm just going to pivot a little bit. I mean, why? Why, Mr. Baca? Like, why? It just seems like we're double down. I don't know if, I'm hoping you're in my brain and you understand what I'm asking, because I don't understand why we have one PSA in one department and another PSA in another department, but yet they're kind
Madam
of the
Chair, if I
same.
could just, maybe
Sure.
I'm not answering your question clearly. These are APD PSAs.
But why are they in Parks and Rec versus why don't we just fund them through APD and then have them do those tasks?
Madam Chair, if I remember correctly, I think maybe 2 or 3 years ago, Councillor Gibson actually was very interested in providing dedicated security services for the parks, especially in her district. And then we thought that if we budget this through park, at least those PSs are basically dedicated to serve the park, because when you talk about APD PSAs, there is no dedicated percentage of their time that they would be spending in a certain areas, and that was the rationale behind doing this.
Madam Chair, if I might
Yes.
also add one other comment. You know, our core competency is managing the parks. Core competency is a very important concept for trying to get good outcomes. The core competency, of course, of APD is law enforcement. So I think we're better off having PSAs that are in APD, trained, supervised by APD, that are available to assist us.
Okay, and Director, how many park rangers are we anticipating? Do we have them already? How many do we have? How many vacancies do we have?
Madam Chair, I don't know the exact numbers that would relate to vacancies in the authorized number of PSA positions at APD. I'm sorry, we could get that information. But for this amount of money, once we've gotten a little bit of equipment out of the way, this amount of budget support would generally support about 8 to 10 PSAs.
And because it's being stood up, 8 to 10 is what we're going to strive for, because this is brand new. Am I understanding that correctly?
Madam Chair, yes. I mean, the PSAs are working, and it's just we're trying to dial the program in correctly, make sure we're getting the best outcomes from it. But again, I apologize, I don't have numbers on the PSA staffing for you across the APD department.
No, thank you for helping clarify some of this. So I just want to throw this out there. And I know that the answer is going to be very expensive, but
very expensive.
Eventually, is it something for us to consider when it comes to the gates? I understand that this is not about public safety or park safety. That's a different beast all in of itself. But have we looked into the cost of eventually trying to put in some automated gates at certain locations so that, you know, maybe that's, even though it's probably going to be a very large one-time funding up front, is that something we can look into so that we can minimize some of the operational costs so that we can allow PSAs to go and do more of the public safety aspect of their job?
Madam Chair, not very expensive. However, good question, we have already done that. So we have automatic gates installed in at least a half a dozen places that I can think of off the top of my head right now. And, you know, they work in, they're only as good as the equipment, right? And the thing I'll say is the benefit of the automatic gates is great. We don't have to have a PSA open it or close it. The disadvantages, they're a little bit prone to being finicky. So for example, we have a gate up at the Embudo Trailhead, I believe, in Councillor Jones's district. We installed that 3 years ago. It does exactly what we want it to do. It just is breaking down a little too often for me. But and then when it doesn't open at 7 a.m. because it doesn't know what time it is or the sensor is wrong or something like that, we hear from Councillor Jones's constituents, particularly one who lives next to the gate. But I appreciate the question because we're trying to blend the use of technology and human resources in the best way we can. And some places, you know, you have the room for the automatic gate. You do have to have a certain physical space footprint for an automatic gate to work. In other cases, manual gates, you know, maybe even a better approach. You also have to consider the utilities available at the site. And if the utilities are not already available at the site, then the answer to your question is very expensive.
That's fair enough. Thank you. I do have more questions, but Councillor Grout was next. Are you done, Councillor Peoplecorn? Okay, Councillor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I just have one question, and it's about the Veteran Services Support. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Councilor Grout. We're very pleased and proud to have the Veterans and Military Affairs Liaison embedded in our department, and he is officed at the New Mexico Veterans Memorial. Since he has come over to Parks and gotten sort of outside the building here, he's so much more accessible to the military and veterans community, and he really makes a great extra contribution to the management and programming at the New Mexico Veterans Memorial. He has not, however, had some just basic program support just to enable him to succeed. So costs for a vehicle and the expenses associated with him moving around the city to interact with veterans, to be present, participating in veterans meetings, to bring the city's services and programs to those things. We need a little bit of funding there to help defray the costs of the basic costs of his program, his cell phone, vehicle maintenance costs. Those are the sort of minimum. I think that'll just make the program a lot better for a relatively small amount of money.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I forgot my one question, and I can't have the director here without asking this question. And he knows what's coming. I'm looking at the budget again this year, and it just doesn't seem like there's a lot put for the Bosque. And we are going to have to, address this. I know you have a Bosque plan, but is it being fully funded so that we're able to make sure that this major asset to the city remains in the future?
Madam Chair, Councilor Fiebelkorn, thank you for that question. Something that I think everyone in Albuquerque cares deeply about is our rare riverine forest. So there's two components of that program. One is, of course, the capital needs that relate to restoring the Bosque, continuing to replant, and encourage nature where the work of the river no longer does what nature used to do. And that is a program that is contained within the general obligation bond package. Very grateful that the council restored the full amount of the mayor's request to that program, which I believe is about $750,000 over 2 years. So that's, $375,000 a year. That's sort of one major restoration project a year, maybe two, maybe, it depends how you cut it up. The recently completed Bosque Action Plan it identifies about 10 major priorities, and I would just say the funding needs associated with those 10 projects is probably 10 times what we're able to devote to it right now. So we'll do the best we can, and that includes looking for grant funds, matching funds, anything else we can use to help do restoration in the Bosque and things like that. There is other money out there associated with the river, habitat improvement, water quality, those kinds of things. And if it attaches to the river, we can go for it. When it comes to the operational components of managing the Bosque, yes, your astute observation is that the budget does not contain a lot of additional funds for the Bosque Legacy Program this year. And it's a product of the needs across the city and, what we can afford across the whole city right now.
Thank you. Do we have a person in charge of Bosque restoration plans? Is there someone that's tasked specifically with that action plan implementation?
Madam Chair, Councilor, yes, we do. And they are an open space employee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The rest of it, the ranger components and education components in the Bosque, those are the things that we have, that you don't see as much in this budget.
Counselor Benton.
Mr. Director, back to urban forestry, and specifically the city forester. I know that position used to reside within your department, correct? And my constituents appreciated that person that we had, that sort of a go-to when they were asking us for help, and with regard to the trees, whether it be downtown or whether it be in a neighborhood. Who does that, or does that still reside within your department? And is it just that we don't have a name for that position anymore?
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, I would have loved to bring Sean O'Neill tonight to meet you. If you have not met Sean O'Neill, our city forester, I want you to do that. He is terrific. And I will say that, and he still is, an employee in City Parks and Rec, and we're gradually building what I'll call a forestry division within Parks and Rec. And this has been with your support and the mayor's leadership. So I really appreciate that. I will just be honest, we've just had staffing and employment issues, particularly during the COVID 2.5 years that made for some transitions there. Our city forester resigned 2 months before COVID hit. That's, the gentleman did such a good job. We all loved him, and he resigned. We then had a hiring freeze. We then found it incredibly difficult to find a new city forester, although I think it's the best job in America to be the city forester in Albuquerque. So, but we also had an assistant city forester position open up. We were able to hire Mr. O'Neill into that position, even while the forester position was still vacant. Mr. O'Neill, being the talented guy that he is, he obtained every credential he needed to be to qualify to be the city forester. As we kept re-advertising the job, he eventually was able to apply for it, and through all of his effort, fair process, completely fair process, he was then promoted to be our city forester. So now that opened up an assistant city forester position. We have since hired into that. That vacancy opened up a lower level position. The request for hire is pending right now in the mayor's office. So I'm glad that we are actually back to full staffing in the leadership of the unit and the blue collar positions in forestry. There is turnover there, but we're almost back to full strength there. So Sean O'Neill's the guy. He's the one who's bringing new technology, new approaches to how we do planning. And he also is available, Councilor Benton, to answer all citizen requests for technical assistance and enforce and implement our street tree ordinance. And that's something I know that's very important we need to get back to doing. And when we're fully staffed, I think we'll be able to do that better.
So in that case of enforcement of the street tree ordinance, is that something where he's actively working with the planning, especially the front desk of planning, which is where it's kind of fallen by the wayside somewhat?
Madam Chair, Councilor, I think that we're able to responsibly enforce the street tree ordinance right now, less, shall I say, proactively enforce it. And I think we need to move more toward the latter. But we do obviously collaborate with the planning department, and when there's identified issues or when we have trees go down, or as in the case of some places in your district and other older areas where we have some significant uprooting or upheaval along old sidewalks, the city forester would come in and make sure we get a replanting plan or decide who's responsible for the trees. And we're working better than ever with our other city departments, such as solid waste, who really has the lead for street trees.
Right.
And in fact, little preview, little news flash, we're going to plant 13 trees downtown tomorrow as part of National Arbor Day. And this is directly through a collaboration with Clean Cities and Solid Waste, and it's part of our very conscious effort to make sure we work as hard in the urban core where trees and restoring our canopy can do so much good.
Thank you. I did see the line item for urban forestry was considerably down, so I just didn't know how that jived with what you're saying. Unless we've got something wrong on our staff analysis, went from a little over 1 million to 150,000 in '24. There must be some accounting differences, but that's a question.
Madam Chair and
Mr.
Councilor
Muniz,
Benton, I think we could kind of clarify some of that for you. There's actually a lot of money that's rolled over again into the recurring budget too. So if you'd like, we could break that out and give you a specific breakdown of that, unless we want to attempt that tonight. But if you, it wouldn't be much work for us to just isolate that item and give you that information.
Yeah, we'll work with Jesse and get that question.
Mr. Muniz,
Thank you.
did you have something to clarify with that or no? Yeah, Mr. Muniz.
Okay.
Chair Rasan, Councilor Benson. So I just wanted to clarify, when we were going through the write-ups today, we noticed that that column was pulling from the wrong column on the reports. And so the 150,000 is actually an amount that was funded, not reduced. And so I believe that number is close to 695,000 in urban forestry. So
That is, thank you, Mr. Muniz. That tracks with our numbers.
That's helpful. And Madam Chair, one question. Notice that in the same chart that we developed, tennis was reduced by 160,000 to 0. Is that true?
Madam Chair and Councilor, there were a lot of cleanup adjustments in our budget this year, which just all makes our budget much more sensible.
Yeah.
And we have, I think, enumerated the answers to all those in our responses to council questions. And I know that there is a question about the tennis program that is exactly, I think, addresses your question.
All right. And then, oh, I'm sorry, one more, last but not least. Inflation Reduction Act. We're in the running, or we're in a good position to receive some of that funds, but it does require matching funds for the grant. What's our contingency plan in the event that we get a nice chunk of change out of that program?
Madam Chair, Councilor Benton, yes, we are in a good pole position to take advantage of these federal funds coming down because the city has been identified as sort of in a cohort of leadership cities in this area. The grant announcement has not said anything about a significant match.
Okay.
So
maybe none.
there's $1.5 billion out there, and if we don't have to provide any match, I'll go for all of it. No, I'll go for as much as I feel like our city can. Right, a tenth. That's a good number. Yeah. So I'm optimistic that we'll be able to apply for a significant, robust amount. Of course, I cannot give you any guarantee that we will win that. Or when we will win that. It's a federal grant process, so I think we should just set your clocks to a little bit slower time, and we'll give it our best shot. But we're going to go for significant funding, and if we get it, we'll be talking to you a lot less about the need for forestry money, because we'll have a lot.
Okay, good. As long as we're ready to find money for any potential match.
Councilor, if the match becomes an issue, we'll have to just sort of address that. We'll see, because if we really have a strong success probability of getting a grant, and I think we do because we've already kind of been tagged, that's a kind of reliable thing that I think the city could think creatively about how to get the match together in anticipation of a very significant grant, which could help us out over a long period of time.
I agree. Thank you.
Up front and save it later.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions, councilors? Councilor Fiebelkorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, my understanding of that IRA grant is that it is tied to equity. And so I'm just wondering if you could, you don't have to tell me now, but I would love to hear kind of how we're going to focus that grant on the equity requirements of that grant, not just on forestry.
Madam Chair, Councilor Fiebelkorn, that's why we're going to win.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go a little bit all over the place so I don't miss some of my questions, Director. So somebody in our meetings asked if the Tree New Mexico plan is also replacing dead trees, if that's where the funding comes to replace dead trees, or if that's coming somewhere else.
Madam Chair, that program is really to plant new trees.
And then do you have a plan about dead trees?
Madam Chair, dead trees provide important habitat for a lot of animals. Okay. But we do take them down in parks as, in as timely a way as we can, particularly if they represent hazards. So it's part of our forestry program. If you are asking or inquiring about dead trees or trees that need arbor care on private property, Okay, because that would be a totally
No,
different
no, no.
story.
It's more, are we replacing some of the dead trees at parks?
Absolutely. We're planning, generally, we're planning now about 300 trees per year, but it's climbing.
Okay.
And we have, Madam Chair will say, we have inventoried now in the scope of about 18 months, we have inventoried every tree in the park system. Each tree has its own little data point now, and we know everything about them. So when they do come up with, when they have a condition, they're diseased, they're stressed, or, we know that, and we can mark it, we can add it to the record, and when they die and they need replacement, we know which ones. And of course, we're marking the new trees as we put them in. So the workload exceeds, what the pace we'd like to do it, but we do want to remove dead trees as quickly as we can.
Seems like inventorying all the trees in the city at our properties is a tedious and cool and weird job.
But it makes for super maps, really cool maps.
I'm sure somewhere else in the city, they're gonna have to come to you and pick your brain on how really you inventoried all that so we can do better and wherever else that is. Okay, Director, what is turf management? What do we manage, what turfs do we manage?
Madam Chair, turf management generally encompasses the largest division in the department, which is the Park Management Division. So most of our neighborhood parks are largely, big components are grass or turf. So it's a term.
Okay, and a little side plug. Can you please go check out Vineyard Park, please? Vineyard Park.
I'm sorry, Vineyard?
Vineyard.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Since we're talking about that. Okay, so another one is currently 2.7 million remains from FY23 for the Mondo track, the PSAs, trails, et cetera. I'm wondering, do you know how much we used in FY23 since we're rolling over 2.7 million? How much did we actually use?
Madam Chair, so this is non-recurring funding that is going toward existing programs that were also funded in fiscal year 2023.
So it's non-recurring funding from last
Correct.
fiscal year that has not been quite used yet, so we're just
We're
going to
using
keep
it all
the
as we speak.
non-recurring and...
Yeah, it's just a repetition of non-recurring funding.
Okay. And Councilor Grout just asked, where's Mondo Park? Mondo track, sorry.
Well, Madam Chair, the Mondo track is our indoor track. It's currently in storage at the Montesa facility south of the airport. During the indoor track season, we install it in the Albuquerque Convention Center. And while it was installed in the 2023 indoor track season, we had the city's best indoor track season ever.
Go ahead, Madam Chair, thank you. I didn't know what it was called, so now I do.
That's the brand.
Yes, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Director, when it comes to vacancies, how are summer positions or temporary staff figured in?
Madam Chair, thanks for that question. Last year, summer seasonal labor was much harder to come by. This year, I'm glad to say that we're going into our startup and busiest time of year with much more fully staffed in summer seasonals. So I don't have the exact numbers on that, but we could get those. But I'm feeling much, much better this year about our seasonal hires. And when we hire our younger staff into some of our rec programs, that in our lifeguard programs, those sort of continue up until the moment, of school letting out. So we're a little bit behind on some of that hiring, but hopefully we'll get all the employees we need for those programs.
Thank you. If you can get that to us, that's one of those questions
Okay.
staff was going to end up asking you for anyway, so now we're just checking boxes as we go. There's one more. Hang on, let me find it. And then do you know how much money, revenues, goes into the general fund from golf?
Let's see, Madam Chair, revenue from golf in fiscal year 2022 was $5.6 million. All of it goes into the general fund.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's it. Any other questions, counselors? All right, Director, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
All right, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Home stretch. 2 more to go. Next, we have Economic Development, Max Gruner, Director. FY '24 proposed general fund budget of $3.8 million, 14 general fund positions, 1 grant position. First bullet, $500,000 for JTA, Job Training Albuquerque, to support the demands of the small business community. Next is reduction of $998,000 for the transfer of Metropolitan Redevelopment Office to DFAS, including 5 positions. Next is the deletion of one-time funding for MRA projects. And last, Madam Chair, is $1 million for LIDA in city support. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director for any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Welcome, Director Gruner, and thank you for all you do. Will you please introduce who you brought with you tonight?
Madam Chair, councilors, good evening. This is my first budget hearing, so I will say I'm a little nervous. I'm sweating a little bit, but I did bring the Economic Development Brain Trust with me, and I'm very happy that they are spending the evening with me. So, Deputy, why don't you guys stand up? Deputy Director Monica Mitchell, who many of you know. Our Fiscal Officer, Janelle Schisler. Our Incentives Manager and Senior Economic Developer, Christopher Chavez. And then we have the New Mexico Trade Alliance joining us, Randy Trask and Celeste Nunes.
Welcome, and thank you for helping in this department. Counselors, questions for economic development? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. There's this $3 million MRA transfer, but it's only for the downtown projects. So what's happening with the non-downtown MRA projects? There are lots, by the way.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, I was very much looking forward to having the Bruner Gruner show tonight. I will answer as best as I can. We will follow up with Director Bruner. I'm actually not as knowledgeable as I probably should be with regards to the specifics of the MRA programs. It is a proposed $3 million grant program for downtown, as you indicated. I believe the MRA has received or has put out an RFP, has received 3 responses. 3 responses that are currently being reviewed. I do not have a direct answer to your question as to how that program figures into the other MRA districts which are dispersed throughout the city.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Councilor Feeblecorn, I just wanted to mention that the MRA, that the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency is proposed to be moved under my department. And so Mr. Bruner will be here next week to answer any questions you have about his programs. So if you could just hold off until then, and I can let him know, like Mr. Bruner will, that you'll be asking that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to be clear, like it's clear that the whole MRA is moving to you, but only money for the MRA downtown project. So that's the question I'll be asking next week.
So maybe I don't understand your question about the $3 million. So can you read?
On the slide, it says deletion of $3 million non-recurring for the Metropolitan Redevelopment downtown project.
All right. In FY23, we were flush with a lot of non-recurring money, twice as much as we have for FY24. We did a one-time allocation of $3 million for that downtown project in the MR fund. We did not have the sufficient funds this year to add any new MR funds downtown or otherwise to the general fund budget. In your cleanup bill R2291, you guys actually moved the $3 million out of the general fund and put it into the MR fund so that it could live there life to date until he uses it for the intended purpose. So that's the whole reason for the $3 million reduction this year.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask a clarifying question. So am I understanding that there's only $3 million in the MRA agency and that all 3 million are for downtown? I'm
No,
not
that's
getting it.
I'm sorry, Counselor, I misunderstood what you're asking. The MR fund has about $14 to $15 million in it for different purposes, including downtown. And then, of course, the MR agency has its own CIP funds that are designated for different MR areas, like East Gateway, West Central, and other areas, yeah, and downtown.
And all of that is being transferred to your department?
Yes, and effectively as a hierarchy of the budget, kind of, but that money is not going into the Department of Finance per se. It's going into the MR Agency Fund 275.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
You said Fund 275?
Fund 275. And Madam Chair, if you are interested, Mr. Muniz can show you on the financial status report the balances in both of those funds. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselors, any other questions? Counselor Grau?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question about the job training Albuquerque. Why are you reducing that so heavily?
The job training Albuquerque is a, I can say, well, passing the red face test is a world-class program. One of the first questions any company or business we recruit or that is trying to expand in Albuquerque and in the state, right? One of the first questions is always about workforce. If I'm going to stand up my factory here, is there going to be a pipeline of trained individuals? Look, when we recruit companies, we need to think about the city and the state holistically. And it is just a fact that the budgetary realities for this budget are such that, every department, every program, every director came to the table to say, look, there are certain places where we believe we can successfully do the job that we set out to do, while at the same time reducing our budgets. The JTA is one of those. We have had meetings with CNM and other partners. We are confident that we can fulfill the scope of that program for this fiscal year at the dollar amount as it is presented. I use the phrase frequently when I present to council. In the world according to Max, over the next several years, I would absolutely love to grow that program to its full potential and to keep on scaffolding it into the state's JTIP program. But I want to say categorically that for this budget, we feel confident that we can accomplish what we have set out to accomplish in our goals with the funding request that you have in front of you.
Thank you. I think this is a fabulous program, and I'm saddened to see it lessened. I think it should be back up to $1 million personally. Thank you, though, for that explanation.
Director, is that the job training Albuquerque the same as the job Ingenuity? Is it the same one, job Ingenuity? That's what you're talking about too, with the CNM partnership? Is that is it all the same?
Yes.
Sorry.
CNM Ingenuity is a partnering component of the umbrella program, which we refer to as JTA, the Job Training Albuquerque.
So they're one and the same?
Yeah.
So they're partners or they're one and the same? Because I'm just curious.
They're partnering entities.
Okay, because they did reach out too, saying that they're not so confident that the goals can be accomplished with the reduction, so.
Madam Chair, one of the challenges with the projecting the JTA training is that the cost of the trainings we provide fluctuate from about $50 a pop to $10,000 a pop, depending on the kind of training that people are pursuing, that companies are requiring. One of the things we are getting better at and we are trying to learn is really to collect the kind of data in a post-COVID world to be able to more maturely predict what we anticipate the training needs are going to be, given the realities of a certain time of a certain economy. Again, we will collect that data and we will very much like to be held accountable as to the degree to which we can accomplish our goals and then use those learnings for future planning, especially for this program and other initiatives having to do with workforce. But I will say, talking to staff, talking to CNM, we feel confident that we can accomplish what we believe we need to accomplish in this next fiscal year with the budget amount that is in front of you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think that's it. Thank you very much, Director and team. I think we have one more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the home stretch. So last up, we have Family and Community Services with Director Carol Pierce. Their general fund budget for FY24 is $81,875,000 with 250 general fund positions, 91 grant positions. $3.5 million will be to support Family Housing Navigation Center and Shelter, Wellness 2. There is proposed one-time funding for the following initiatives: $1.2 million to fund the West Side Emergency Housing Center operations, $14 million for housing vouchers, $500,000 for behavioral health software to track services and outcomes, $500,000 increased funding for medical sobering center, $500,000 increased funding for Gateway Phase 1 and Engagement Center. And finally, $1.2 million for the Violence Intervention Program and $807,000 for the Trauma Recovery Center transfers to the Albuquerque Community Safety Department. That makes it a total decrease of $2 million. So we had already discussed that earlier with ACS.
Director Pierce, welcome. Thank you for being here and all you do. Will you please make sure to introduce your team here tonight?
I would be happy to. I'm very excited to have our full FCS senior leadership team, starting with Ms. Ana Lujan. She is our fiscal manager in FCS. Next, we've got Doug Chaplin, and he is our operations manager for Gibson Health Hub Gateway. I've got Deputy Martinez, who is over our community recreation, our community centers, as well as child development, and also our before and after school programs within Albuquerque Public Schools. We've got Deputy Director Dr. Holguin for homelessness and our clinical advisor. And last but not least, if you can see him, we've got Deputy Gilbert Ramirez with behavioral health and wellness.
Thank you so much. Thanks for all of you for taking the time to be here and sticking with us. Counselors, questions? Come on, I know you have them. Okay, Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director. Thanks and your team for being here today. Tell me about the Safe Outdoor Spaces. We've got $750,000 allocated for FY23. You still have $530,000, almost $531,000 remain, and you're asking for additional monies. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, Madam Chair and Councilor Grout. Well, as you know, we think Safe Outdoor Spaces is one strategy of many to address people who are unhoused in our community. Right now, we've spent some of that money on having safe parking places. We have 2 in operation. We have been unsuccessful to date on a safe overnight camping spot. We've been in appeals. I think we're in our 3rd round of appeals currently, and so that funding remains. We do think that is a strategy for those that are on our streets, and so that's why there's money remaining, but we would like to keep that money in the because we do think that is an effective strategy for some.
Okay, Madam Chair, do you think $530,000 would be enough for this next year, since we don't even have anything approved yet? I mean, that, you have requesting additional monies. You don't have any place for it now. I'm just thinking it won't be used.
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, we'll work with the council on what you think is best. I mean, we do, it has been with a little sadness, I will say, that we have not been able to implement that strategy. We've spent quite a bit of time in the appeals. We do think it does require some of, at least the 500,000, if not more. We think to maintain the safe parking spaces is important. We will adapt to the amount of money for that strategy.
Thank you.
Director, real quick, and I know there's other questions, but a follow-up on that one, and maybe a clarification, whether it be for our staff or for Mr. Davis too. So in the notes, I have that the FY24 budget is allotting a total between the two line items of sanctioned encampments and safe outdoor spaces, a total of $570,000. And then the next line that we have in our briefing was of $750,000 allocated in FY23, the almost $531,000 remains. So I'm wondering, of the remaining money, is that really going to be something that is now sort of like earlier with the non-recurring, that's just, it's not rolling over, but it's being reallocated? The $570,000 in FY24 is really including that $531,000 and upping it by another $39,000, am I correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, because what happens is that drops to fund balance. If they don't use it, it drops to fund balance. Then we reuse it when we build the budget. So that's really putting Family Community Services back at a point when they have a plan, they could use the funding.
And I think, in all fairness, earlier today, I even thought that we were talking at over $1 million total for this. But now, hearing what we heard earlier on some of the other departments and what I'm understanding now, it seems that we're really talking about a total of $570,000 between the two instead of $531,000 that's left over.
So it's not double that?
It's not, am I correct? It's not double, it's saying 570 total for this fiscal year that we're working on instead of the remaining 531. So really, we're adding 39,000.
Okay.
After today, I'm impressed I was able to come up with that. Just saying. Okay, Councilor Grout, do you have more questions?
Not right now. No, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Benton.
Yes, I had a question, thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Director. The change from affordable housing vouchers recurring to affordable housing vouchers one time. I'm curious about that, and I'm also interested in what became of, I think we had 20 million from GRT, the GRT tax cleanup last year. Where does that sit within here? Has that all been allocated to vouchers? And just, I think that there may be some nomenclature issues here between budgeting, what we call recurring in the budget, and what our partners in the community count on as housing vouchers that are not just short-term, that they're going to be able to count on and plan on going forward. Can you elaborate on that?
Madam Chair and Councilor Benton, let me start with the 20 million gross receipts tax funding. So of that amount of money, and that I can refer to Ms. Yara, who can tell you where that sits in the budget, because that's in an account that will live on. So there is $8 million for an RFP that is due for affordable rental development, and actually that RFP is due tomorrow, and that's $8 million of that 20. We've, as many of you know, we did purchase the Sure Stay for affordable housing that closed about 2 weeks ago, and 4 million of that 20 will go for the rehabilitation on that project. We have an anticipated project on some city-owned land to use 2 million of that for a home ownership project on the west side of our community. And then that leaves about a $6 million balance of the 20 million in gross receipts tax, and we anticipate purchasing another hotel for affordable housing. So that's the 20 million on the gross receipts tax. For housing vouchers, and let me start, and then I may have our fiscal manager talk about the 1 million. So starting really broadly, so in fiscal year 23, we had 15 million allocated for housing vouchers. So the broad category of supportive housing vouchers, meaning that rental assistance with support for people. So of that money, we have really contracted for the majority of that money to about 13 nonprofit agencies who are using that to deliver those vouchers. We've also used some of that money to use some more innovative projects to break down barriers that our community has experienced in using vouchers. So for example, we've used some of that money to help with security deposits and fees for people with the Albuquerque Housing Authority on Section 8. And some of that voucher money has also been used to help on the case collaboration for people being relocated from encampments, as well as we've used it for some motel vouchers for people in encampments moving to motels. We've also used some of it as a rent subsidy in about 129 units. I think the council understands that the city owns about 500 units across our community, and we are now allocating about 129 of those with the rental subsidy to really help make those more affordable. So overall, between FY22 and FY23, we have about 1,365 households who have used a housing voucher. And I think one of the questions that comes up a lot, do we know they've remained housed? And we have really good statistics that we know over 90% of those people after 12 months remain housed. So hopefully that answers your question on housing vouchers. We want to have any other follow-up?
Yeah, I guess the recurring versus non-recurring, again, what I've heard, I mean, the reason we said that it should be for recurring vouchers last year and for other housing operations, granted, it said both, was because what we heard from providers was, look, we can't plan new projects, and we can't plan for what we're doing unless we know we're going to have these for longer than a year or two.
Madam Chair and Councilor Benton, that is true. And even with our 15 million that we got, that we have allocated that to our agencies, it has taken a while to get those contracts out the door, and it takes them a while to staff up. So they're really counting on money and knowing that that will be there in the future. Plus, vouchers, as we've talked about, will go for 12 months, that go over different fiscal years and even can go up over to 24 months. So it is helpful when that money we can count on in the budget.
Thank you. Unless there are any follow-up on that same question. I don't have any.
Director, why was it moved to non-recurring instead of left as recurring?
Madam Chair and Councilor Benton, the whole reason we decided to switch the housing voucher money to non-recurring is so that we could fund the 2% COLA for all the employees. We were looking for recurring money for that, and that was really the only thing that we could grab at after the Pino case and what we had to do there as well. So that was really the whole reason. We didn't intend to say that we wouldn't need housing vouchers in future years. But we're hoping that with other efforts that Ms. Pierce's department is doing, that the need for vouchers will reduce slowly. But we do recognize that we'll have to appropriate some money for those in future years.
I mean, I'll say that I hope that someday we don't need housing vouchers.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure we all agree with that, but I get it. And thank you for that description and explanation. Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Madam Chair, that was my question, so we're good.
Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one question. It has to do with the Wellness 2. You provide 3 meals a day for these families. Don't they receive SNAP benefits additionally? So how are they using their SNAP benefits in addition to 3 meals a day?
Madam Chair and Councilor Grout, part of our success at Wellness 2, which we're also calling the Housing Family Navigation Center, is really getting people, those families connected to the resources. So not all those families come in that are already connected to SNAP benefits. So over time, our average amount of time where people are there, it's a roughly 90 days. So they may not come in with those SNAP benefits initially.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions, counselors? Counselor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is reference to the Job Connect program. It looks like there's some success going on, and it looks like people are pending some hiring. Can you explain can you elaborate a little bit more on that, please?
Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, I'll call on Deputy Olguin to.
Well, Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, as you know, this pilot began around January or February of this year, and they were able to hire a director in Heading Home, and they have a process that they call the discovery phase, where they're able to have motivational interviewing techniques to sort of mine through people's past and find skills or interests that they may have. So the success that we're seeing is related to matching people with their passions and skill sets, instead of, for example, saying, okay, you 10 people are just gonna go scrub graffiti, right? Nobody's gonna come back the next day and do that probably. So we are aiming for 30 people to be employed before June 30th and sort of track their results. I think already 20 are employed or about to be. So they have finished all of their phasing, but we've had over 140 referrals to the program through Heading Home's resume building software. So we did not put money in the budget for this next year for Job Connect because I wanted to really track the outcomes and make sure it is successful, not just how many people were employed initially. So we can continue to check in with you. I know you and Councilor Grout have been really amazing supporters of this, and I thank you for that.
Thank you for the information. Appreciate it.
Okay, so I have a few questions, and then we will wrap it up, I think. Do we have the ERAP program? Do we still use that? Is it funded?
Madam Chair, the ERAP program, we had great success during COVID. That federal funding, we worked in collaboration with the state. And it was actually, we were able to leverage both state money along with our city money to house many, many people. ERAP as a federal program has ended, but what we have done as a city, historically, our health and social service centers do eviction prevention work. So to really keep people housed that need assistance with utilities, et cetera. And this year we have allocated $1 million of our community development block grant to be available through those health and social service centers. There's some, I know, the ERAP money is waning. I should say that funding stopped, but there is still some in the state. And we recently had a meeting with Workforce Solutions, kind of builds on Councilor Sanchez's question on job training. They do have some ERAP money, and they will attend our housing collaboration meeting tomorrow at the Family Wellness Center to also make those connections with some of their ERAP resources as well.
Great, and I think that for staff's benefit too, if you all want to make sure to circle back with the counselors that were concerned about eviction prevention, in our meetings today. I think that it's good to be able to know that there are people reaching out to some counselors that need help, and maybe we just haven't connected some of those dots. Okay, so then I am concerned about the $10 million in the proposed contracts to operate Gibson. My question, when are we gonna see stuff going on that we can actually operate so that it makes sense that we're spending $10 million in operating costs for the Gibson Health Hub?
Well, Madam Chair, we're going to see that action this year. So right now, we have, we're winding down the winter emergency shelter operations, and we have some women staying there now as we open the Gateway Center. There has been delays, as you know, in opening on the second floor there for Gateway, but we will be opening our overnight operations in June for the overnight and the wraparound services with the case managers. For the women that we have there, which we're really working with now, we have case managers. Our contractor is heading home. Part of that money that you're talking about is for the operation there. We know this year we will be operating medical sobering. That too will be a game changer for our community. That space is identified, ready to go. The plans have been done. And as we operate that later this year, that is a 50-bed unit. We anticipate that alone in a year we'll see anywhere from 12 to 15,000 people. If we want to know a little bit more about that, Deputy Ramirez has done a really good job of leveraging county resources, federal resources to make that possible. So those two services alone are online this year. I'll add that as well, we talk about the engagement center. That will be for guests that are over there at Gateway, as well as our receiving area. Our major customer for the receiving area will be Albuquerque Community Safety, and I know they talked earlier about their operations, but that is a place where we can connect men, women, families, 7 days a week with the resources they need, whether it be at Gateway or whether it be in the system of care in the community.
And so, Director, that sounds great. Are we talking this calendar year or this coming fiscal year?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I am talking the end of this fiscal year, FY23 for Gateway, and I am talking next fiscal year, FY24, for the medical sobering.
Okay, so by the end of June, we're going to see some awesomeness that we've been waiting for.
Madam Chair, that is absolutely yes.
Okay, looking forward to that. Going to the Family Housing Navigation Center, how many rooms are located there? About?
Madam Chair, there's roughly, I want to say 75 rooms are located. We had some recent remodeling done on one floor, and so we're expanding that as well. I'm glad you asked if I can expand. You know, the Family Housing Navigation Center is the model that we are basing the Gateway after. Why? Because it's been amazingly successful. In the 2.5 years that we've operated that facility, we have housed over 1,000 people, and those were families. And what we've learned there, the weekly wraparound conversations where we bring our partners together, we break down barriers, we get the IDs, we work together to get people housed, has really worked well. And that is exactly what the program that we will be replicating over at the Gateway.
Thank you. And then the number, it says 800 households have been served. Since when? When did that 800 number start getting counted? Since its creation?
Since its creation, and that was mid-COVID, I want to say late 2020 or 21. I'm looking at everybody, we're going, yeah. I mean, Madam Chair, I think that was late 2020 or early into 2021, and that's when, actually, it was 2020. Okay. And why? Because when we we wanted to comply with the COVID restrictions, and we needed to de-intensify out at our Westside Emergency Housing Center, the first thing we did is we removed families. And I will say it's one of the best things, one of the silver linings of COVID. We see so many more families and having more success. Why? Because people are in town and close to the resources that they need to take care of their kids. And then we've been able to, again, see single men, women, and couples out at the West Side.
Great, thank you. And only a couple more counselors and everyone else. The Westgate Bike Shop, how many, the $250,000, how many is that going to be estimated to serve?
I will turn to Deputy Jess Martinez.
Madam Chair, it would probably serve upwards over 50. Currently, right now, they have a $25,000 budget. They are servicing 12 participants and have a wait list of over 30. So with the amount of money that is allocated in the budget, we absolutely can exponentially expand that program.
And so you said it's currently serving about 20?
It's currently serving 12 to
okay.
16, yes.
Okay. And then do you anticipate that we're going to get more DEA funding?
I am not sure. This is a Councilor Pena initiative. She is the one who contacted, or the DEA contacted them. This is based off of a program out of Kansas, and it's been successful and popular.
Okay, great. And then do we know, and that's it for Westgate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, may I go back? Because
Sure.
we phoned a friend and I have some more specific information. And I appreciate it. So in November 2020, that was when we did isolation through the wellness hotel. So 2020 was correct. But when we did families, it was starting July 2021. So the specific answer to your question when you ask over what period of time that those 800 individuals, and that 800 is actually now up to 1,000. We continue to monitor that, was starting in July 2021. We do have 100 rooms in that particular location, and I am reminded that all 100 rooms are not used for families, and it's because of our case managers that are on site, and it's also the playrooms and the therapy rooms that we need to have community partners come into play. So the benefits of phoning a friend.
Oh, that's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, just something, and you can follow up later on this one, but I know that some people were wondering if part of the, if we're getting more funding from the state regarding early childhood education programs due to some of the different changes that have happened on a statewide level. So are we getting more state funding for that? Because we're noticing that it's definitely struggling, and we want to make sure to help children and staffing and all of that. But you can just send that to us too, or that's fine. Because again, this is another one staff's gonna come in contact you with. The only other thing I want to say too is that I don't have anything against heading home. I am concerned at the level of growth in the number of contracts that the city of Albuquerque is giving them. Because at what point can any organization effectively multiply in capacity in a way that we're doing so rapidly for them? So it's not really a question. I'm just expressing that I am concerned that they have, from what I've been told, 25 contracts with the city of Albuquerque. Is it 25 contracts for a total of about $15.3 million? And at what point do we need to leverage and work with some of the other providers in a larger capacity for the city to benefit? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I share your concern. And our Heading Home partner now has a new CEO that's coming into play, a longtime partner in the community. I've been in conversation with her. We're meeting with her tomorrow. And Heading Home has been a valuable partner over many years. Part of why they have received those contracts, and this is a pretty big discussion in our department, we don't have always as many applicants to our RFPs than we would like. And so this is an ongoing conversation on building capacity in that nonprofit community. We've worked closely with Heading Home for many years, had good results, but we share your concern as well.
Thank you, Director. And on that note, with the RFP process, I know that some people have mentioned, I don't know for sure, but eventually when people do enough RFPs, they get better at filling them out than maybe others. So just as long as there is some kind of thought given to that, because I would hate for somebody not to be given, be selected in the RFP because perhaps they just don't know quite the same answers, but really they might have the ability to help us out too. Okay, thank you. I think no questions, counselors? Let's go to the hard part.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, departments, and thank you, Mr. Davis and Mr. Noel and Ms. Yara. Moving on to agenda item A, R22 is establishing one-year objectives for the city of Albuquerque in fiscal year 2024 to meet 5-year goals. I move a deferral till May 4th.
Second.
Okay, there's a couple seconds. For the record, I do want to say that Councilor Pena, Davis, and Lewis are excused. So all those in favor of the deferral, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on a 5-0. 1, 2, 3, 6, 0. Thank you. Forgot myself. Item agenda number B, or letter B, R123 is appropriating funds for operating the government of the city of Albuquerque for fiscal year 2024, beginning July 1st, 2023, and ending June 30th, 2024, adjusting fiscal year 2023 appropriations and appropriating capital funds. I move a deferral to May 4th.
Second.
Second by Councilor Grout. All those in favor say yes. Yes, okay, that passes on a 6-0 vote. There being no further business, this committee of the whole meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.